All right. Thank you very much for joining the Citizens Assembly. My name is Amerix, and I am the host of the Assembly. And as always, I just want to remind you that this Assembly doesn't belong to me. It belongs to everyone who is part of this conversation. Today, we are going to have a conversation as the citizens of this country. I saw some posts and some thoughts that the protests which were being witnessed for the last 1.5 months were useless. But I want to remind them that it is out of this protest that the finance bill was dropped. It is out of this protest that half of the cabinet was sacked. It is out of this protest that the unconstitutional chief administrative secretaries' positions were abolished. It is out of this protest that the president cannot travel out of the country. It is out of this protest that we have exposed the hypocrisy of the political class. The political class have united against the citizens of this country, despite the fact that the citizens of this country are talking to them. They don't want to listen to the citizens. It is out of this protest that the president can afford to host a town hall meeting, something he had never done before. So we need to collect our wins and walk with pride and continue with the conversation as we resist and condemn the injustice meted on our people, as we condemn the hypocrisy of the media. The media has been hypocritical, pretending to be working with us, while at the same time getting in bed with the government of the day. And I have warned here before that the media is not our friend. Last week, I talked to some of those mentees, Casmuel, Mercy, and I advised them and told them, be very careful when you accept media invites, because the media will mislead you, misquote you, and trap you. And that will lead to the loss of your credibility, because that's what the media wants. So be very careful when you are talking to the media and when you are going for those media interviews. So welcome very much. Today you have seen the president say a lot of things there. But I think it's because he doesn't understand that this new generation has a different way of doing things. He doesn't understand the language of this young generation. So the young generation are fighting for the dreams of their forefathers and the spirit of the nation. So as we prepare to have this citizen assembly, as we prepare for more speakers to come in, you can ask for a mic. The co-hosts are here. They will give you an opportunity. We don't discriminate. It's only that X gives priority to those that appear to be verified. So welcome to the Citizen Assembly, and I am proud to be part of this assembly.
Sinjake. Wacha tu nicheke njuu sitalia.
Royal Sound.
Inje nzita tuonyesha mambo. Kwanza hawa 2000 and something. We, baby shaki ndundundulundundu. Akia na. Baby shaki ndundundulundundu. Baby shaki. Nitwambe mbishaki. Baby shaki. Koko meloni na ndundulundu. Ndundulundu. We, wachana na Gen Z, watakuchanganya. Kwanza utu kwa millennium, ukiona kana kasilika ovyo ovyo, unjue akakuzaliwa kitambo sana. Walimu maneno kakuweni kalasti mboni, kata kuonesha fumbi, ni tutoto tule tuambe mbishaki. Nitwambe mbishaki, mbishaki. Koko meloni na ndundulundu, ndundulundu. Wewe nikwambia tu brother, kama unataka amani kwa hii maisha, tafuta mtu wa rika yako. Kama una ndeti mtoto wa Gen Z, watakukonfuse na lugha ushangae, watakusengenya ukiwa hapo na hautashikanisha. Salamu inaandikwa sasa, baby shaki. Nitwambe mbishaki, baby shaki. Koko meloni na ndundulundu, ndundulundu. Kama hamutaki kuongea simukae. Kwa nini mnaongea na short form? OMG, WFT, LOL. Wanda, baby shaki ndundulundu. Akia na. Baby shaki ndundulundu. Baby shaki. Nitwambe mbishaki, baby shaki. Koko meloni na ndundulundu, ndundulundu. Ai. Yani mlata ile kitu ilifanya ninjue nimezeeka. Niliamua niongee na Kamonja. Hapo ndio nilinjua mimi ni ancestor. Ai. My friend, kama wewe ni wa 1990s. Wewe tu ngonja kumeswa na dunia. Wewe ni ancestor. Koko meloni na ndundulundu, ndundulundu.
Royal.
Yes, Bravin, what is the problem with our president? Do you think our president has a psychological problem? Because today he says this, tomorrow he says that. For example, today I heard him say something very interesting here. Maybe I can just read for the sake of breaking the ice and starting the program. I heard him say, we have a plan to ensure our young people have an opportunity for gainful employment. We have a program on housing, digital jobs, and export of labor. Every week, 1,000 Kenyans leave the country to work abroad. I don't know what's wrong with the president. Then again, he said something. I have now ensured that anyone who wants to work abroad will get a passport within a week. They don't even need money for air ticket. Yani wewe unaamka tu asubuhi, unapata passport, unaenda unasimama kwa airport. They don't even need money for air ticket. We will pay for them. Pay for them from which money? Kenyans should apply for those jobs. I have done my part. Me hata sielewi this man. Reverend.
Yes, good evening, and thank you so much for hosting us. And
What I'd say is that personally, I've been observing our current president for a very long time, because he's someone who really interests me as someone who analyzes politics at a broad level. So he depicts, or he has characters, which I would say, rather a personality, which I would say falls under the dark triad. You see, the president, when you talk about the dark triad, basically, it's a psychological theory of personality that describes some notably offensive but non-pathological personality types. And if you look at the dark triad, it has three different types. We have the different three different personality traits. We have the subclinical narcissism in there. We have Machiavellianism. Then we also have the psychopathy down there, like subclinical psychopathy. So if you look at the characters, each of the three, like the three different traits, when it comes to narcissism, narcissism it is characterized by this magnificent sense of self-importance, and the people who have this kind of personality also, they lack empathy for others, and they also have a tendency to exploit and manipulate others for personal gain. Then, if you look at Machiavellianism, it is characterized by manipulation and exploitative approach to interpersonal relationships, and there's also a lack of morality or ethics, and to a great extent, it's always focused on achieving personal goals through any means necessary. That is something you must consider. It is by any means necessary. Then when it comes to psychopathy, it is the lack of empathy. It is characterized by lack of empathy and remorse, and impulsivity is also there, and there's a tendency of antisocial behavior. Now, if you look at these three different personality traits, they are always distinct. They are different, but most of the time they tend to overlap each other. And the reason as to why they are called dark is because mostly they have some malevolent, at the end of the day, they have some malevolent, they are characterized by some malevolent, what can I say, the goal that the person who has these traits has, they are not good intentions at the end of the day. It's usually bad. And individuals who exhibit the high levels of these traits may also engage in behaviors that are harmful to others, like lying, they cheat, and they like exploiting people. And if you look at the president currently, he depicts most of these characters, because if you look at how he lies, I can say he has a problem with chronic lying. If I were to say, he's basically a pathological liar, because he says this today, but if you come tomorrow again, the game changes. Then he manipulates people at so many levels. And if you look at how he does, or rather he speaks sometimes, he does not have.
We lost you, bro.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yes. Okay. What I'm saying is, if you look at how when he speaks, he depicts a lot of these characters. For example, if you look at lying, the president will say A today, then tomorrow the story changes. Then, if you move to the way when it comes to exploiting, there is a lot of exploitation of Kenyans that happens in this regime, if I might say so. And if you look at how people get manipulated, you get manipulated at different levels. There is the issue of gaslighting that he does a lot. So when you come and people tell you that you cannot be clever than an entire nation, I keep saying that you can't be clever than an entire nation. An entire nation cannot come outside to tell you the finance bill is wrong, it's not what you want. Then you still come outside and tell us that it's out of propaganda that we declined or rejected this bill. Then you start saying we are wrong. An entire nation cannot be wrong. You need to understand
right.
that. Yeah.
Hold it there.
So that
there.
is what I can say. Yeah. Thank you.
Just hold it there. Senator Onyonga, welcome. Can you hear me?
Good evening. How is everybody?
Good evening, Senator. How are you?
I am well. I'm actually holding on.
Why are you politicians playing picky ponky with us?
That's a very difficult question, but I'll try and and
Just say something. Just say something in 15 seconds. Why are you politicians playing picky-ponky with Kenyans?
It's because they know that the voters are always vulnerable. They know that if they had resources and they were able to buy the voter, then that gives them legitimacy. Then after that, you come to the National Assembly and the Senate and all the houses there are the parliament. And essentially the system, as I've been saying, ends up being catch-22, where people have to steal money from the public to use it to make sure they bribe the public, for the public then to vote for them to own the legitimacy. And the only thing they believe that gives them the standard or makes them great and make Kenyans fear and respect them is how much money they have, how many cars they drive, how much land they have, irrespective of what the promises were during the elections about trying to alleviate poverty, change the status of Kenya, make sure that young people and old people are taken care of, the basics that any country needs to give. So that's why you hear me constantly saying the country is broken. And right now what we need is to begin to figure out how do we fix this broken country.
Hold up there. Polo, why is the president playing picky-ponky with us?
The president is mad. The president has been laughing and maliza. It has poisoned him to become a very, very greedy, ruthless bastard. And now that Mr. Peter Salasya is here, I need him to answer a very important question I've been wanting to ask someone about there. Mr. Peter Salasya, are you aware of now that you're one of the representatives of the Kakamega County, are you aware of the gold mining that has been happening there, or that is about to happen there in an area called Ikolomani, regardless of whether you represented that area or not? Are you aware of what is happening in your county? Please answer that, Tafadhali.
All right. I think he doesn't have. I've not seen him with a mic. Let him come in as Edgar brings him and the others. I've also seen Senator Okia here. So let's give them the mic as they come to answer those questions and be tough with the questions, Polo, about minerals. We are losing minerals in this country as politicians supervise and receive kickbacks from these people.
That's what I want to emphasize.
That's all right.
Ulienda kusomea kosi ngumu, sasa maisha imekuonesha moto. Ukienda kutafuta kazi wanakwambia hiyo kazi ya hiyo masomo sisi hatuna. Maisha inakutandika character development, na hapa unajua Kenya siyo ya nyanya yako. Unaamua kufanya ile kazi itakunja. Leo ni Munjengo, kesho uko na Nduthi, na hiyo ndiyo inaitwa pikipiki ponki. Kila kitu ni pikipiki ponki, Pakamielo disco. Kila kitu maponki, Pakamielo disco. Pakamielo disco, Pakamielo. Kila kitu ni pikipiki ponki, Pakamielo disco. Maisha haitaki ujinga. Uliambiwa uolewe ukiwa msichana, lakini ukasema kwanza uvunje mifupa. Miaka nayo ndiyo hiyo inaonga dhate. Sasa maisha imekuonesha moto. Wambamba wameanza kunyemelea sister yako. Hakuna mtu anakutaka, umekuwa kanyanya. Maisha inakutandika character development, na hapa unajua Kenya siyo ya nyanya yako. Maringo inaisha, unaolewa bibi ya tatu, au mambimbi wengine wanakuona vita. Unatoloka na unasema bola uwai, na hiyo ndiyo inaitwa pikipiki ponki. Kila kitu ni piki pongi, paka melon disco. Kila kitu mapongi, paka melon disco. Paka melon disco, paka melon. Kila kitu ni piki pongi, paka melon disco. Nakwambia ni kumoto, ni kundia lala. Fanya ile kitu unaweza sahi, otherwise katanuka, na kakinuka tunafunika mapua. Wapikula katonzwani, MC Njage, niko moto.
All right, Piki Piki Ponki. I don't know why politicians are playing Piki Piki Ponki with us. So, Polo Kimani, do we need leaders?
No, fuck leaders. What we need is representatives, not leaders. Leaders,
Yes.
we have seen what they can do. Leaders are fucking us. What we need is people who are there to represent our needs and listen to what we tell them so that they can forward it. If you are you asking about us as the Gen Z community?
Yes, you've seen the media pushing some narrative that one, Gen Zs need leaders. Number two, the people who are dying on the streets, they are dying, they are not being killed. I really want you to raise those two issues. Does the Gen Z need leaders? Does the Gen Z need politicians?
Question number one, we do not need leaders. What we need is what the other day I said. They are telling us that us having leaders is like a clickbait they are throwing at us so that we can have some kind of confusion, so that we find ourselves electing leaders who will then, because we all know leaders, to Kichagua leaders, they will compromise them. We do not need leaders. What we need is I'd call it a spokesperson, eh? Like the one I've seen Kazmuel is doing a very good job, eh? And why do we need leaders? Leaders to do what? To fuck us and get.
Usinyonge mtoto.
Oh, just call it sana. Just a minute.
Usimnyonge. Huyo ni Gen Alpha. We need them. Are you there, Polo? Hello? Kimani?
Yes, I'm back. Eh?
Yes.
As I was saying, we should not. The only reason we have come this far is because we do not have leaders. We do not need leaders. We only need people who will be representing us on the when it comes to the time that we need to forward our needs. Leaders can go to hell. Politicians can also go to hell. And as we are proceeding with this space, I'm about to ask very, very, very intriguing questions to some of the leaders I'm seeing here, and I hope
they are politicians. They are politicians.
Yes, politicians.
Salasia, please mute your mic. Salasia, mute your mic, please.
Yes, and what was your other question, Mr. Eric?
Yeah, I was asking you about the issue of leaders and the media. Why do you think the media is pushing all these ridiculous narrative? I saw the first one is putting the movement on a bait, that they pick leaders, and then the other one is the kind of language they are using, anti-government protesters. People, Kenyans have died. They're not saying Kenyans have been killed.
Yeah.
You understand?
I've seen that, yeah.
So do you think it is necessary that the entire people whom we think could be the spokespeople of the movement should avoid the media and begin using other platforms to push the agenda forward?
The media has been compromised. And the other day I received some info that there was a meeting in State House by all these media, big people in the heads of these media houses. they are trying to dilute this movement as they want to water it down as hard as they can, and the media cannot be trusted. In fact, I was talking to one of my IT guys, and he tells me, "Unajua Kimani, what if we had like an app or a website where we support it, we build it as the people of Kenya, and then all of the things that are transpiring that we want to be aired out, unfiltered, can be being zitakuwa forwarded up, and the Kenyans can see what is really happening." So the media cannot be trusted. The media is compromised. You saw what this madam called, was it Olivia Barrow? No, Olivia something. You see what she was doing to Caswell yesterday. Lucky enough, our guy, he went to Alliance. So the media, fuck the media. They cannot be trusted. Not at all, at all, at all, at all. We cannot trust them with anything, even with unajua si hata, I don't think they are aware they are playing with our lives. Huh? A person like me, I'm putting my life on the line. I know the consequences of what I'm dealing with right now is, ni 6 feet under too. I know that, but I'm willing to take that risk because, there comes a time when a person, there was that story of one day the mice were having a conversation. They say the cat has hii paka imekuja sana, so we need a person who is going to put the bell on the cat's neck so that when the cat is coming, we can hear it coming. We can hear it coming. So there was that conversation of who is going to do that, who is going to do that. So I'm that person going to put the bell on the cat's neck. Hopefully, we'll still prevail. So for the media, fuck the media.
Good. Hold it there. Hizo swali zako za minerals. Oh, okay. Hizo swali zako za minerals zishikilie hapo. Nimeona hapo Lewis, nasikia nyinyi wa Laikipia mmecall off protests. Mnasema nyinyi hamtaki protest tena, Wakenya wanakufa kwa protest na biashara zimeharibika. So watu wa Laikipia wamesema wamejitoa. So hii 8-8 itakuwaje, Lewis?
Yes, how are you? I've also seen the videos. They found me by surprise. Hakuna mtu wa Laikipia amesema tunaacha maandamano. The people who met today, personally I don't know any of the people on that video, but I've seen there are guys who know them. Some of them obviously, I would call them sellouts, although I don't know them in a personal capacity, but I don't know who's calling off maandamanos in Laikipia, because we haven't had that discussion as a team. Nobody has, it hasn't reached my desk at the very least. So 8-8 tuko sawa. We're still on.
So wewe ulikuwa umeshikwa sometime na DCI wa Laikipia, sio? Ilikuwa na nyuki?
Yes.
Nini shida ilikuwa nini?
Of course, hii mambo tu ya nini. In our town in Nanyuki, when we had the first maandamanos, they were very peaceful. So the second time we had maandamanos in Nanyuki, because the first time I remember it was when the OCS did not give us permission, quote unquote, but of course we still proceeded with the maandamanos. The second time, we had goons. There was a point at the maandamanos when I was asking people to be peaceful, and guys almost roughed me up, and I looked at the crowd, because Nanyuki is a very small town. We know everyone. And I was looking at the crowd, and there was nobody I could see. I couldn't see anybody that I knew in that crowd. And these guys were ready to rough me up. And I went back to a WhatsApp group and I begged people to remain peaceful. And then that was it. But then, so what happened was an area member of parliament, no, not our MP, actually, and this is one of the most interesting things that happened on that day. When people were looting, you would expect that guys would be looting, the CDF office, the MP's home. And I'm not saying they should, but logically speaking, if there was somebody you were angry at on that day, people skipped the MP's personal home, they skipped the CDF office, they went to the county assembly, which has absolutely nothing to do with the finance bill, and then they went and burnt down a supermarket owned by the member of parliament for Kieni. So I think that is exactly now why they were looking for me. But because they were not looking for me to arrest me, because I called the OCS and asked him, hey, I'm hearing that the guys who were looking for me, is it true? And the OCS went to the DCI, he asked them, came back, and they said, we have no idea. So even when they were looking for me, I'm not sure if they had any good. And I remember we had a chat at that time, Eric, and you're asking what was going on. So they were looking for me.
I asked you.
Yes, and a few guys, but of course, they were unable to find us. Then I submitted myself to the DCI offices in Nanyuki, and they detained me. And there was also a scuffle with my advocates, but they insisted to understand why you holding him, but they couldn't tell us. So that happened, and then there's a case in court. They have my devices as we speak, and I have another mention on 5th of August, which has been a crazy period. But anyway, we keep going.
Great. Can you unatuambia history ya minerals? Unajua huko Laikipia huko Nanyuki kuna minerals mingi sana. Hebu tuambie hiyo story. Wewe ume witness ama wewe unaonaje? Do you think Kenya is a very rich country with a lot of minerals, but you are not being told the truth?
I will give us a short story. There was a time, I think it was 2 years ago, I was part of there was a meeting between the British Council, the consulates, and obviously the British citizens who live in Nanyuki. And I was sent there, obviously, as a representative of the young people to go and listen in on the conversation. It was such an impromptu invitation. So I showed up. I had no idea what this conversation was about. And one of the things that truly, truly irked me was that when I went to this meeting, I could hear, before I even get to the point of minerals, just to understand the idea or the thought process with which our land is held in Nanyuki. And obviously, I'm not asking anybody to go into Union's Ranch. I remember one of the points that was raised as a key pain point by the British citizens was that they were bemoaning the encroachment of private ranches by the pastoralist communities, which was one hell of a statement, to be fair, because what do you mean the pastoralist communities are encroaching on private ranches? This is their land. So when it comes to talk about the issue of conservancies, I will be very honest, I don't know about that. I'm actually also reading through the information that I'm receiving online, and I'm truly, truly surprised as well. The other day I was seeing stories to do with Magadi, and I'm seeing stories to do with National Rangelands Trust. Last week we had a conversation at some place called Your Local, fantastic organization. We were having a conversation about quote unquote climate change and all those things, and the conversation on the carbon credits came up quite a number of times, but nobody was really able to understand, because I remember one of the things that they were talking about is that we need to restore our world, and these buzzwords that they use. And I asked the question, restore the earth to its natural state, and I was asking, because the earth is about 4 billion years old. It's had ice ages, it's had all these states that have all been natural and are never man-made. Humanity has existed for about 4 minutes in the timeline of the existence of the world. So at what point within the last 4 billion years do we consider the earth is natural, is its natural state? And why then do we think that humanity as an existence is not nature's way of even expressing its own evil side? So the idea that humanity is separate from the world in itself and that we're external observers of the world that we live in is one really, really interesting concept that I struggle to understand, even as we discuss issues to do with conservation, we discuss issues to do with minerals. So on minerals, I must admit, I don't know enough to respond to that question, but on the mindset that underscores or the underlying mindset around land ownership and conservancies and all those things, it's quite it's a madness in Laikipia, I would say.
All right, thank you very much, Lewis, for that. We're hoping to see Nanyuki on Nane Nane. Sinio, ni ukweli?
You will, sure, absolutely.
All right. Okia, Senator, karibu sana. You have the mic.
Amjambo.
Hatujambo.
Yes.
Labda wewe.
Si jambo, niko tu. Tuko tu tunaombea nchi yetu.
Okay.
So I want to talk about the question of mining. I've personally visited the mines in Kakamega. We're also having these mines in Busia. And the other day you saw a large consignment of cyanide was spilled on the road somewhere where there's an accident and they learned that the contents that were being transported was large consignment of cyanide, which are basically used in mining. That quantity of cyanide should tell you the amount of mining that's going on. I've been to Kakamega, where they have even gone as far as digging up that rehabilitation school for physically challenged children. You go to Busia, they've dug up to some schools. I've dug up now. There's one secondary school, the gate has been dug up. You try to get the intervention of the state. You learn that these fellows are wired up to the top. So the state agencies down here look like they are impotent. They cannot intervene. You try NEMA, there's nothing. They're using acid, sulfuric acid, sometimes to clean these things.
Edgar, did we lose him?
I also can't
I can hear you.
Yeah, we
I can
lost
hear you.
Yeah, we lost you for a minute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I don't know, you lost me. Anyway, hope nobody's interfering. But anyway, the issue with mining is I'm preparing a petition to the Senate. I don't know how far it will go, but the issue with mining needs immediate administrative action. First of all, large quantities of these minerals are being taken out. You find out, like in Busia, they don't have the capacity to smelt the main soil containing the main minerals, so they sell the soil in lorries. The lorry is about 35,000, which are taken out to Tanzania, and I'm told that's where the real gold is. So when you look at the whole thing, is that our minerals are being stolen with no formula. The same thing is happening in Pokot areas, in Northeastern, in Nyanza. So quick action is required, but this particular administration looks like it's not keen to intervene and put some regulatory measures in place because it's like it's benefiting them. When you find now even the social structures around the places in Busia, the area has become like a rural slum with so many people from outside the country running the shows. So everything is upside down, and it is sad for this country. When I went to the Kakamega one, they could not allow people in, but I was able to go in because I had to thump my chest a bit and tell them I'm a senator of the republic. You can't lock me out. So when I showed my identity, the fellows allowed me in. There's a big Rosterman mine, which the Mzungus used to mine and which the Chinese have now taken over. And you can just see that they're taking a lot of gold out. In the 50s, it's on record that Kakamega County loaned money to the British Crown, the county government of Kakamega, and it was from the gold. Taxes they were getting from the gold. So if that could happen in the 50s, what is it that is in the ground that these Chinese are picking up now that we don't know? When you look at the county government, they will know. Ask the administrator there, they tell you that they can't do anything because the orders seem to come from outside. You go to the national government structures, everybody's like, we can't do anything about it because these people are coming with the orders from Nairobi. So there's need for the people of this country to really rise up and say, enough is enough. And if we can't utilize what is in the ground profitably, let it stay there until we can do that. Because the challenge of leadership is just one. The challenge of leadership is to convert resources into wealth. It's the human resource, let it be able to be converted into wealth. If it's a natural resource, let it be able to be converted into wealth so that the people can thrive. The people can have material progress. There's no other point in leadership. So I think the people need to rise up on this issue and they demand that the minerals be exploited in a manner that benefits the country. The environmental damage has to be checked.
Yes.
The threats to the disease and whatever has to be checked, and the value of the gold has to be known.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to speak to.
Okay, just hold on. Senator, you will tell us about our medical system. There is this shift that is being pushed on us, despite us telling them that it is not worth it. There is that issue you've raised of the cabinet. You said you want to come up with a shadow cabinet. You will tell us what went into your head for you to consider coming up with a shadow cabinet. And then you will, of course, talk to us about that issue of foreign mercenaries coming to hijack our healthcare system for their own benefit. I hope I'm clear. And yes.
I wanted to. This is Senator Onyonka. I wanted to say something. I don't know that it's possible.
Yeah, go on.
I first of all want to really thank Senator Umtata. He was the lone voice of reason and intellect that many of us kinda dismissed, and as he kept on raising these issues. If you look at the story about our minerals, if you look at Kenya as a country, you will be shocked. What happened to me about 3 weeks ago is that a person, and by the way, many people keep asking, where do you get this information, even the story about the airport and all that? There are some wonderful people, just like Mr. Amenya, the guy who first raised the red flag. The truth is, somebody sent me a message and it was an executive order. And it was an executive summary. That executive summary is presumably, and I say this with a lot of courtesy because when I got that report, I was shocked that we have rare minerals at the coastal area. These rare minerals that the Americans are interested in them, and the amount of money they're willing to pay as I speak to you today from that executive summary is about 100 billion US dollars. That money should be able to pay all our debts. That money should be able to organize our country if we wanted to. The problem you have is that there are vested interests. There are people who have run our mineral sector like it was the njugus which they eat every morning. And I want to thank Umtata, and there are a few people who've been giving us the information and intel. And I want to mention to this team here, I have listened to what you've been doing for the last most probably 2 months. I really congratulate all of you. I want to tell you this, it's not easy when some of us get on TV and we say what we say. I wish many of you knew what we go through. Some of the journalists have been really wonderful. I can tell you this. That's why I don't want us to condemn all journalists. Some of them are the ones who give us some of the intel. Some of them are the ones who tell us where things are going wrong. My honest observation is that this team, stay together, be strong, don't be challenged. This country is yours. Kenya has a capacity, yes, of becoming like Singapore. But the nonsense that goes on about stealing of public funds, the issue of where everybody who is in power and in authority thinks every person in Kenya is an idiot, that has to end. People want service, people want dignity, people want fairness. That's why I support you guys. I support you people 1000%. I will not change my thinking and my beliefs. The other thing I wanted to suggest to this team is this. You've lost your troops. Please, every time you have this show, dedicate 1 hour for those young men and women who have fallen. We may not be able to pay for their lives, but those are people who believed in the real ideals of what a good country is, where there's democracy, where we fight about bigger things, the small things that are available, clean water, good roads, where everybody values their responsibility in this republic. Right now, our country is broken down. I want to say that Umtata, Senator Olekina, my brother Sifuna, Cherargei, I will tell you, there are people in UDA. What you people may not realize, some of the people in UDA are the ones who've been telling us, please shout. Shout, because everything is being broken down so that people can steal your resources.
Why can they shout themselves?
They are uncomfortable. It's not easy to do what you people are doing and what I'm doing. It's not easy what Salasia has been saying. It's not easy. Gentlemen and ladies.
But Mheshimiwa, if it is not easy, why not leave? Why not say this is too much? Enough is enough. I am out. Why can't you say that?
The reality is that I will talk for myself. That is why I decided to take the option of talking about these things. The others can decide what to do with their political lives. I was brought up by a father who told me, sometimes you speak the truth. Sometimes you must be able to carry the most vulnerable. Don't you ever think that for me being a minister at the age of 27, when I had come back with a PhD and I lived in Lavington, and you think that is the ideal. The ideal is when you go down to the grassroots and look at the people who enabled me to go to school to get this PhD so that these people can be picked up to be like me and you. That is where I am. That's the war. That's the fight.
Okay. We hear you. We nani unasikizana na hiyo story kweli? Polo. Hiyo story inakufurahisha kweli?
Nasikia kani excuse. I'm not really buying it, but okay, he has said it. That's what he has said. I'll try to accommodate that.
Okay, asante. Kuna hapa mtu anaitwa.
I want to say,
yes.
Americ, can I say one last thing?
Please
Not
say,
one last thing, but I'll be listening and I'll be until we finish the show. I want to say that the reality of any movement, the reality of any liberation struggle. I hope many of your members will read a book by a guy called Walter Rodney. There was a book done by Shamara Machel before he died. In the movement, you are going to be disappointed and you're going to feel betrayed. The reality is those who remain strong and keep believing in what they are fighting for are the ones who history will recognize. Many of us will not be recognized by history. We may be rich, we may have everything, we may have good homes, but if we are able to let our children starve, have our women who are giving birth die as if there's nothing that matters, get our children to go to school, parents selling their land and raising money through Harambe, which then becomes a corrupt mechanism. And these children, once they're finishing from school, you then get out here and find there's nothing. States are not run like that. A state must be able to carry its people, all sectors, make sure that we are able to think through what are we going to do to take care of the Gen Z. Don't tell me that you want young men to go to Germany and Britain, and that is the only excuse you've got, and those are the jobs you're creating. I lived in America.
Lakini we mheshimiwa, just hold on, mheshimiwa. Unajua we unaongea poa, unaongea vizuri, nini, lakini nyinyi mkiingia huko kwa parliament, amuongei hizi vitu. Kwa mfano, right now counties are very corrupt.
Yes.
Kuna county nyingine huko Western inaitwa Bungoma. Ilinunua flowers za 149 million. Mimi sijasikia senator yote akiongelea. Huko Nakuru nasikia kuna wizi. In fact, if you are from Nakuru, I'm told in the next 5 years mtashindwa pahali pa kuishi. Mbona nyinyi senators amuongelea hii story? Mnakuja kuongelea kwa space, unaongea vizuri, lakini mkiingia kwa bunge amuongei. You are not talking when you are in the chambers.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go on.
Please go and listen to my clip when I was talking about what happened in Bungoma. It's on classical radio. I talked about it. I'm the one who raised the issue. I'm the one who raised the issue of the airport. I am the one who has been raising alone, singularly, and my brother Sifuna, Umtata, and the other teams who realized we're going the wrong way. Go and look at the clips I have spoken in the last 5 years. I started talking about corruption. I have talked about CDF, how it has done some good work, but most of the time it is abused and misused. I'm the one who has talked about why are we giving 70 billion to the government apparatniks, where they share the money and pretend like they are giving this money to poor people. You go. I have been talking about these issues, and I don't give myself credit. It is simply because I am simply telling it the way it is. And I've said, I know the risks, I know the challenges. By the way, I don't have to run for any political office after this. I am where I never thought I would be. And that is, I'll continue saying the truth. I'll have people who are going to be insulting, those who will doubt whether I believe in it. I'll tell you this, nobody believed in Martin Luther King talking about the emancipation of the Black community in America until he made his speech in Washington, D.C.
So in your capacity, what are you doing to advance the demands of the Gen Z protest? Wewe in your capacity unafanya nini?
Thank you. My job is as a senator. I cannot carry a gun and go and kill anybody who has stolen public money. I am willing to engage with Sifuna, engage with my brother Umtata, engage with all the people who are Selassie, so that we can use the law that we have to start changing. We can go to the Senate and bring in a petition where we're demanding that the government provides free education from primary school to secondary school up to university. Don't ask me why I didn't do it before. Most probably I didn't think about it. I am now thinking about it. We are going to get the ESCC. We are going to challenge the president if he's willing to listen, or anybody who works with him. We must clean out the way we are fighting corruption without being vindictive, without attacking our political enemies. If somebody has broken the law, let him face the law and go through the process. We are going to demand that county governments are given their money and they're given their resources, but they must stop the stealing that is going on because they're disenfranchising our poor people. Kids are running away from the county governments, and yet the amounts of money that we're giving the county governments are mind-boggling, and the corruption engaged is crazy. So some of us are trying our best. I really hope that you guys will be encouraging us and not criticizing how we've messed it before. The truth is, some of us never saw it before.
The issue of ID cards, right now, ID cards, I'm told they're supposed to expire. Of course, that could be beyond your jurisdiction as a senator. Then there's a petition you raised, you asked some questions from the Senate. You had written a petition about the JKI HIST. Wamekuambia nini na inatusaidia aje? Because unajua kitu ya airport ni kitu serious. Hatutaki tuambie kesho tuambiwe airport imeshachukuliwa.
Thank you. I wanted to say that, first of all, I thank whoever that gave me that information. And it was a young man, Amenya, I think you know him, he lives in France. I mention his name because it's already in public. He sent me the message. It was one of the most difficult things I had to do because I looked, I checked, I saw who handles this, and some of those people are my friends. I decided to raise it because I knew that the implication of us allowing all our airports to be controlled by foreigners, first of all, it will be against the law. Number two, the committee where I sat, where I had a friend who then told me what they had discussed is that we will not, under IPPGs, allow our airports or even the Port of Mombasa to be given out. So when I saw this information and I looked at the evidence provided, I said, I can take the risk and I can fall with it if it is not true. Fortunately, everything I said is true. Fortunately, I'm waiting for the Committee of Kenya Airports Authority to come to the Senate within the next 1 week. I want them to come and give us the agreements they have signed with whoever that they have signed with. And I can tell you, even if you ask Honorable Mtata, we will fight like hell to make sure that the airports are not sold, the port of Mombasa is not sold. And the issue you're talking about minerals, let me say something here so that Kenyans are aware. All your oil in Turkana County, your big leadership and the big boys in the system went and bought blocks where the oil is. That's why you can't export the oil unless that system is dismantled. There's nothing we can do. So this is the time for us to start dismantling such nonsense where 10, 15 individuals go and allocate themselves 500,000 acres of land where the oil is, and they're trying to make money out of it. I thank the people of Turkana, especially even when some of the politicians are not very good. Some of the Turkana leadership is the one which said, you cannot mine our oil, and yet you don't give us what the Constitution talks about. These are the issues that are outstanding in our country, and I want you guys to be the last line of defense. Don't give up, because this country has everything to be shared equitably, fairly, and everybody will be happy. And we leave that for our children, your children, and other grandchildren.
Wakenya, wananchi, this is your space. Ask for that mic. We really need to put these politicians on the edge. This is our space. Itisheni mic, muulize maswali. We want answers to whatever is happening to this country because it's very serious. Lewis, do you think we should recall these politicians? Yes, Polo.
I want to ask Salasia nataka tu kumuuliza swali moja. Salasia, unajua hivi vitu inafanyika Kakamega ama ujui ama mnajifanya tu mzioni because you are going to say it's the big boys who are playing this game so you can't do anything. Are you aware or you are not aware? Please answer that as we continue.
But I want to thank the convener of the platform today. Number one, I've heard what Senator Tata has just said, and one thing I've just noted is that the issue to do with the mineral is a matter that needs to be addressed with a lot of seriousness. And the reason being is that we do not have serious legal framework that guides anything to do touching on the natural resources of this country. I remember last time when I went to Nigeria, and Nigerian people were crying that the 1 liter of fuel, it was going at 25. But when the Tinubu or whoever came in, the president, he went to 50 shillings per liter. And there was outcry in the entire when I was in Nigeria last year. And that one tells you that because they have the natural resources and it is benefiting the entire country. And looking at this and taking it as an example, you see that we have a lot of natural resources. As a good example is we have the gold mine that we are having here in Kakamega County. You realize that from since independence, there has been no clear, and that's why you find that most of the people have been dying there because there's no technology inside there. Look like today, if you are producing, you're lucky you've gotten the gold. You have to go, your soil or whatever has to be taken to Siaya to be so that it can be I don't know the word to call, to be refined or so that it can be able to know if there is gold or no. So you find like you take your gold, it goes to the other side. You don't know whether it is a soil or it was pure, whatever. There's no marketing structure. So there's no regulation on prices and all that. And I think that yes.
I just asked you, are you aware that the people of Ikolomani are being asked to move from their ancestral lands because the Chinese who have gotten those tenders of mining this gold want to mine this gold, regardless of whether the people will accept or not? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware, but that's why I'm saying it's a very also good example. Like we must have the legal frameworks that should be guiding because those who are the genuine people who have been staying there for some time. But also there's an issue that Senator Onyonka has just said, that you find when people realizes that there is mineral, they go and buy the land and starts to frustrate the whole process. The same thing is also happening with the clinker in Kajiado, that you find like the entire block of clinker, that is the main component of producing cement, is only benefiting. It has been monopolized to benefit only DEFCI, and that is why you realize that despite the fact that you have the natural resources of clinker, which could have dropped the price of cement from 900 even to, because before even the clinker it was about 700, but now after they starting the production, the clinker, it has come down, it has even gone upper to 900. But these natural resources should be able to benefit the entire nation by bringing down the prices of cement.
Peter, umeulizwa tu swali simple. Umeulizwa,
Yes.
are you
Yes.
aware watu wa Kakamega County wanafukuzwa kwa mashamba yao because of minerals? And then wewe unafanya nini ku ensure that hizi hao watu wafukuzwi na hii mineral inafaidi hao watu ambao ni watu wako?
Yeah, that is what
also, sorry, can I interject further so that you can answer the questions together? You've also mentioned, Salasia, that we don't have a legal framework. Are you not a lawmaker? Where do you want the legal framework to come from?
Yeah, that is why I've said that the way
Salasia, we do not want it to look like you are reporting to us. We are okay, in as much as we are your bosses, we want you to articulate issues and answer the questions as they have been tabled.
Yes. First, I say that as a lawmaker, we have failed to raise these issues. And I think this is a wake-up moment, a wake-up minute, whereby every time now I've noted, even from now, the moment I go back to the parliament, I'm also going to seek the legal counsel so that they can help draft the laws to help whether the locals and even those who are involved, so that as much as the locals, they want maybe to be encouraged to move out, how are they going to be benefited? And I've just talked with the county government of Kakamega to tell me what is happening at the moment in regarding the Economani people. And what they have told me, they have not told me about the evacuation of the people. They have only told me about the contractor who was launched in months of the April, that he has started the groundbreaking, but also they are doing the capacity building in terms of encouraging people to accept the modern technology.
Mr. Peter,
Yeah.
let me just give you a clue of what is happening. Unajua nyinyi mnaona kani mchezo na sisi tumepanga, in fact next time round tunataka nyinyi MP wote mrudi nyumbani, hakuna kitu mnafanya. Now, let me just give you a clue of what is happening. The people of Ikolomani, this contractor has come here, he has said he has a budget of about 500 million of evacuating almost half of this constituency of Ikolomani. 500 million to evacuate half of the constituency. But the gold mines, in the estimated worth of this gold in Ikolomani is about 300 billion. Halwale alianda quote in one of the he was giving, and he said it's worth 170 billion. It's not worth 170 billion. It's worth more than 300 billion. So I want you to understand that this contractor game wanacheza ni chafu sana. He wants to remain with about 300 billion ukitoa 500 million. That's like 299.5 billion. Hiyo ndo wanakula. And you know some of this, all of this tax is all of this money
And let me also say the following, that as we go forward, we must be truthful. There was a time we had 30-something bodies of Kenyans in rivers. That will never happen under my watch. And I have said this with clarity. If there is any Kenyan who has disappeared, I want people to step forward and say, Kenyan so-and-so has disappeared. I would be very happy to deal with it. Because under my administration, I have said there will be no disappearance of Kenyans again. There will be no extrajudicial killing of Kenyans. I have said that with clarity. And let me also say the following, that as we go forward, we must be truthful. There was a time we had 30-something bodies of Kenyans in rivers. That will never happen under my watch. And I have said this with clarity. If there is any Kenyan who has disappeared, I want people to step forward and say, Kenyan so-and-so has disappeared. I would be very happy to deal with it. Because under my administration, I have said there will be no disappearance of Kenyans again. There will be no extrajudicial killing of Kenyans. I have said that with clarity. And let me also say the following, that as we go forward, we must be truthful.
that arise from these spaces, and that way we can cross-pollinate or diffuse the wisdom from the various spaces. So for me, spaces have never been about now 20 people, the most insightful spaces of action arise from that. So I feel like whenever you come onto these spaces, are active and giving us ideas that you feel these are areas which we could we could
I think
as we
Casmel.
keep on listening and
Okay.
we keep right as we keep on listening as we keep
Okay, Casmel, we're not getting you clearly, but I've had the experience. Just a moment.
we would
I've had the experience that when I think months ago when
we will
Okia Umtata was speaking, he could be. Yes, just a moment.
benefit greatly in
I'll text him. Hillary, can you text him? Just a moment. I've had an experience that when months ago when Okia was speaking, somebody would tamper with his line. So if anyone is trying to tamper with Casmuel line, please just let him speak. Let's hope it's just a network issue. Casmuel, kindly proceed.
Can you hear me now?
It's better, a little better. Just proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patience. Thank you, Marge. Yeah, so I was saying, if you have any contributions that would enable us to make Nane Nane a reality, because a lot of people need insight, a lot of people need that that deeper angle, which a lot of you might have insight on, please make that contribution, because that's the only other way we can be able to have these discussions and crystallize the ideas into functional ones. So that's what I would contribute for now. But I'm taking the insights and mulling over them, and I know I will be able to action on them and share them with friends, of course.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry.
Thank you, Madge. Thank you, Madge. Thank you, Madge. I have heard everything everybody has said, but I would like to chime in with a few comments. Number one, Kasmel is extremely correct. There is no way you would be able to know the age set groups of people who are participating at this or in this space to be able to say that the Gen Zs are not here. There is no specific space for Gen Zs. Gen Zs are in all the spaces, and we patriots are in all the spaces. Number two, what does success look like? I believe it is the citizen from Ghana or someplace who said that he would be interested to know how success would look like. Success to us are the things that Professor Kevuta Kibwana already illustrated. That we've been able to push illegitimate President Ruto to a corner, forced him to disband his so-called cabinet, which he reconstituted with mostly illegitimate, corrupt people. He is now going around the country pretending to be campaigning. And I understand in Mombasa, somebody texted me that he's meeting with what he calls Gen Zs there. So that's a desperate move. We have him on the run, so to speak. Those things that Professor Kivora Kibwana said are what success looks like. We are moving towards the right direction. Ultimately, our success would be when we are able to remove this regime and the system and be able to transform it. We should not be forced or compelled to be able to tell anybody how that transformation is going to look like. But we've been here before, and we have said we will have a transitional system, a caretaker government that will organize fresh elections. And that election will lead to a new republic. People have said, and I think it is the citizen who said also, that instead of having this amorphous, leaderless organization, we should have something that probably is more organized. That's a trap. The problem is that the moment you give face to the leadership,
his name is Kendo. And Rutendo, how are you? Welcome.
in Africa. And I was annoyed when came here and discovered that we had got him back so many different ways. So yes,
Edgar gone. I've lost my space. I can't say it.
Anybody beside that?
Not sure if I'm the only person who's lost the speakers. Kimani, can you hear anyone?
Yeah, I'm here, but in network here. Yeah, Eric, this Rutendo guy, his one was in a bluffer. Maybe you can leave and come back.
Oh.
Rutendo's
Yeah, Rutendo, we can barely hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Edgar? Cyprian?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I think I exited and then I came back. So maybe we can give Rutendo 3 to 5 minutes to tell us his thoughts on seed sovereignty in Africa, what he has been doing, and why, as Kenyans, we need to be concerned about us losing our livestock, our food, and how politicians have sold us to the highest bidder. Rutendo.
I think he has been having connectivity issues. He has dropped to refresh his internet so that he can rejoin again.
Okay, we continue where we had left from before there was this disconnection and disorganization. I think Polo was talking to Okia about Kwale. That's where I was last. I don't know if that conversation ended. I don't know.
Yes, I'm not sure if it did end, but let me just circle back on that. Now, what was happening? Mr. Okio Mtata was talking about titanium. Well, I was talking about niobium. They're two very different minerals and very prices out in a vary. So the one I'm more interested in is the niobium. I want to understand why has it not been extracted or mined? Nini tumekosa? Nataka kuniambia a country like Kenya, which is probably, countries like Uganda and Tanzania look up to us. We cannot be able to finance our own industries and utilize these minerals that we have. Imagine unajua 300 billion USD, hiyo ni pesa ngapi bana? Hiyo ni matrilioni bana. That is just one mineral, niobium. And then we go to places like Kitui. Kitui, as I understand right now, it has gold. And you know what the white man has been doing now? America, in its industrialization period, America has used coal for about 250 years. But now they come here in Kenya and tell us, mnajua ni aje, nyinyi hamfai kutumia coal yenu juu mnaharibu climate. Juu sisi tulitumia yetu last time na tukajijenga na tukaharibu climate to this extent. So nyinyi msitumie coal yenu juu mtaharibu climate, so wacha tu ikae hapo. Don't use that coal. I want us to understand what the hell happened ikafanya tukamake the white man akakuwa like a prefect to us, to this country of ours. I want to understand why a country like Kenya We don't have our own system where we can be, you know, after minerals like gold have been extracted, hakuwezi kuwa na like an open market system where the miner will get his share, the government will get its share, the county government gets its share, the national government its share, and the, you know, mwenye ule wa kuexport apate share yake. I want to understand why the white man keeps telling us. The other time I said all mining licenses should be revoked, but I know sponsored comments when I see them, and hizo ndo mnapatanga nimezificha huko kwa hidden replies, because they are kuna vile wanacheza na psychology, they want to devalue the weight of your statement. So they come here and say, you know, mining industry si mchezo, it's not child's play like you think. It requires a lot of capital, it requires a lot of and some other bullshit they mentioned. But I want to understand, nini ngumu hapo? Kwani hawa students wako country, wako universities zetu wenye wanafanya industrial chemistry, mnataka wafanye nini? Mnataka wende wakuwe mboch kwa hizi kwa hizi ma country Ruto wanasema tuende through a website, which by the way doesn't work, it's shit. You press the sign up and you keep going in circles, it doesn't work at all. I want us to understand. I really want to understand. Nini mbaya? Why can't we do these things for ourselves? Why do we need the white man? Why do we allow what has happened? Why have we been in an invisible prison that we have been put by the British, by the white man, about conservancies and shit, whereas there's a lot more that has been going on for a very, very, very long time. And we never actually got to know what has been happening. Actually, let me just say this. Courtesy of Ruto's recklessness and the kiherehere and Tamar, a lot has resurfaced, which I'm very, very napenda vile hii story inaenda, because I'm sure it's not just about the minerals. This is just a CIA guy called Ian Cox today said I'm telling half truths with Q and Americs. So if this is the half truth, then what the hell? How ugly is the whole truth? Now, I don't even know what I was asking, but nasikia damu inachemka sana.
Okay, wacha Okia kujibu.
Can I, because my question will just walk into what
okay, ni nani?
Paulo Kimani was talking about.
Ni nani?
Oh, ni Lewis.
Okay,
Lewis.
sawa.
So even as we have conversations here on this space, it's very interesting to me that when we ask our elected representatives questions, they respond in the language of activism. They say we should, for example, Salasia said we should have a legal framework. Will tell us that we lost an opportunity, but nothing happened from it. Can we have proactive feedback? You could come and tell us, this is what should happen. This is what I'm willing to do at my level, and this is what I'm willing to follow up on at this level, because all of us cannot be on this space raising issues. Because when we raise an issue and we say people are being oppressed because of ABC mining company, as an elected representative, part of your feedback should not be to come and tell us, I'm also aware that that is happening and this happened and it's so sad and we move on. Can you have a bit more proactive responses from our elected representatives? Because that will be a lot more useful. Otherwise, this is just a waste of time.
Great. Senator Okia, maybe tell us about this issue of Kwale, the issues raised by Paulo Kimani.
Now huyo ni kama network yake imepotea, but let me mention, wacha ni mention kitu ya kuongeza ya kuchemsha watu damu zaidi. You know, by the information I'm receiving right now from anonymous DMs, which by the way I delete after reading them, so hata mkikuja kunishika mtapata shit. I understand that Migori County alone we inapata in its gold mining activity, per day they get about 30 kilograms of gold, pure gold. So kufanya tu hesabu kidogo, 1 gram of gold, pure gold, is about 9,000 shillings, 8,000 shillings. So ukipiga hiyo hesabu, 1 kg is about 8 million. So like 8 million times 23 kgs, that's like 240 million per day. Hii ndio yote inaenda wapi? And Ruto is busy there telling us we need to live within our own means. And now that I've mentioned Ruto, do you know in a country, in a place called Lolgorian, pale kuna gold mob sana, in Narok. But this guy, actually, he has, naambiwa pale kuna chungwa na RD, Rapid Deployment Units, RDU. This is a very serious code that is supposed to be dealing with criminals. Wamazia ameweka masoja pale wanachunga shamba. Nini iko pale? If not gold, what is wrong with this guy? That's why even when we were starting this space, I said, tamaa huyu jamaa konayo mimi hata, it's like drinking salty water, ocean water. Unajua, the more you drink, the more you become dusty. This guy is drinking dusty water or is drinking salty water from the ocean. Huyu jamaa tamaa iko nayo hata sijui, hata Mungu anajua anakaanga hivi chini, anasema na hii mtu niliundia wapi? Kuna glitch mahali ilifanyika. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. We are tulifanya makosa kubwa sana, and I regret it every night. Saa zingine hata naamka saa 8 usiku kuklik because of how angry I am, remembering that with all the shit we are going through, you know, we are supposed to be like a small African Japan, but because of these guys, we are living in abject poverty. Niko na hasira sana, wacha nikunywe maji ya chumvi kwanza, Mr. Eric.
Aya, sawa. Rutendo, karibu sana. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Good evening to everybody. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're clear.
Excellent, excellent. So I was just saying before I came in that it's ironic that you are talking about the fact that some of you guys in school were educated that Kenya did not have any minerals, because that is the very same education system we also received elsewhere in Zimbabwe and other African countries, was that Kenya was not rich in mineral resources. And then when I came on the ground, it was a totally different story. And the number of minerals that are being found, including oil, was very shocking. And so the question that we are always having to ask as Africa is, are we being taught the right information in our schools? However, I really don't want to dwell on that today. I wanted to dwell on the aspect that as Africans, we are talking about minerals consistently throughout the African continent. And we're always talking about how these minerals can develop Africa and take us to the point that we want to get to. But ironically, what is happening on the African continent is, while we talk about all these minerals, we forget the most important resource on the continent. And those are the resources of seeds, together with land and water resources. As most Africans are most interested, even in Zimbabwe, we're mostly interested in the gold. We're mostly interested in the platinum and so-called valuable resources, not realizing that the seed is actually the most valuable resource. And once you run out of that, then you are a doomed people. And so many people find it difficult to relate to what I'm talking about. So I always give the example of a documentary, which I will eventually plaster the link here, that talks about how it is that Europe, the most important vegetable in the world and the most bought vegetable in the world, is tomatoes. And right now in Europe, tomatoes are the most expensive seed sold in Europe, because of the fact that the companies that are in Europe, particularly a company called Lima Grain, that is the owner of Seedco, that is currently distributing a lot of seeds in Africa without a bad name like Monsanto, yet it is actually just as dangerous as a Monsanto, is the leader of selling tomatoes in Europe. And the tomatoes in Europe are sold from 60,000 euros a kg, all the way up to 400,000 euros a kg. Lima Grain itself produces the very same seed in India for 200 euros a kg, and then they sell it for 60,000 to 400,000 a kg. Now, For those of you who will understand, 60,000 US dollars, euros a kg is almost the same price as a kg of gold. And so the question is, if we are to allow these seed companies to continue destroying our seeds, destroying the ability of those seeds to reproduce, then what is it going to do to Africa when we reach the point that Europe has reached with tomatoes, that we now have to pay the price of a kg of gold for our mealie meal to create our ugali. Another thing that also bothered me a lot when I was in Kenya, another thing that affected me a lot when I was in Kenya is the fact that everywhere I went and looked for ugali made from millet, ugali made from teff, or anything else, I couldn't find it. The majority of the ugali that was being eaten, that is from Dandora, from city center, all the way out into the outskirts of Kenya, I was only finding white ugali. And white ugali is one of the regulated grains in Kenya, according to your Seed Production Act, that is limiting local farmers from sharing seeds and limiting local farmers from developing their own seeds. You are limited to only getting those seeds to be grown by companies that have been licensed by the government because it is a strategic crop. Now I'm beginning to understand that even beyond strategic crops, the Kenyan government doesn't want farmers to share seeds. And if they do, they're criminalized because they should buy all seeds from registered companies that produce what are called tried and tested varieties of seeds or high quality seeds, which are generally hybrids. And now you've just had the signing over of GMOs into the country. And so this is an issue that I was wondering if Kenyans understand the crisis that they're in with the control of this resource, which could eventually affect their ability to control other resources, because the person that will be controlling your seed will then be able to use that seed to get control over other mineral resources, because you will not be able to grow your own food and become dependent on the seeds of other countries. And if you go to war with those countries, if you have a difference with those countries, if you have a trade issue with those countries, they could simply deny you their seeds until you give them land, until you give them mineral resources, or until you give them compliance. So let's give an example with what you guys have been doing now. You've been protesting, you're not happy with the president, you're not happy with some of the policies that you were supposed to acquiesce to in order to satisfy the IMF. So if the IMF is unhappy, it would ask all the companies that are giving you the seed that is being used to make that white ugali to stop giving you seeds, and immediately there's starvation. And when there's that starvation, they can then force you, the people of Kenya, to accept certain rules, to accept the payment of the IMF, or you simply don't get seeds, and then there'll be further starvation. They could do that with wheat. They could do that with any other staple of Kenya, because they control the seeds. Not only do they control the seeds, but when you have GMO seeds, what we have discovered here in Zimbabwe is we've been testing the food. One of the companies whose food we've been testing is also present in Kenya. There's Chicken Licken, Chicken Inn, Baker's Inn, Creamy Inn. Those companies are from Zimbabwe, a company called Simbisa Brands. In Zimbabwe, we've discovered that Simbisa Brands is bringing in GMOs into Zimbabwe, yet GMOs are banned for human consumption in Zimbabwe. And even for animal consumption, you can only import maize, and that maize must be imported from South Africa. But when we've been testing their animal feed, we have found other GMOs that are not authorized to come into the country. And so they've been having these GMOs in our mealie meal. They're having these GMOs in our bread, having these GMOs in their pork feed, chicken feed, and even their chicken products that they sell in Chicken Inn. We have found GMOs, MSG, and glyphosate. Glyphosate being a chemical that goes hand in hand with GMOs. When the Kenyans were certain Kenyans were promoting the proliferation of GMOs into Kenya, the one thing they kept telling Kenyans is, it is a lie that GMOs are sterile. So if you grow it this year, it is a genetic use restriction technology that causes them not to grow next year. And so that was the biggest threat that most Kenyans feared. And a lot of scientists from Kenya came on board saying that particular genetic use restriction technology has never been commercialized by the Americans. But when we were testing our food in Zimbabwe, we found the genetic use restriction technology, or what is called the terminator gene, or NOS terminator gene. The scientists lied. And the question I'm asking is, why would Kenyan scientists lie to the Kenyan people about something as important as the fact that the seeds that they're going to get will not be able to reproduce, or if they do reproduce, they will have a terminator genetic within them that can then be inimical to reproduction of food in future? Why would they not tell people that GMOs generally come in what is called glyphosate ready use, because they work hand in hand with a chemical called Roundup that then leaves residues of glyphosate, which is a cancer-causing chemical that we have found in Zimbabwean food. And when we found it with the GMOs in Zimbabwe, we've also noticed that Zimbabwe, Kenya, South Africa, and Malawi now have the highest cancer rates and the highest cancer death rates in the world, according to the World Health Organization. And just like you said, that they never told you that Kenya's got minerals, they are currently not singing about this high cancer rate that you find in Zimbabwe, Kenya, South Africa, and Malawi. And all these countries happen to consume GMOs. The three consume GMOs from South Africa, and Kenya is consuming GMOs that it is allowed and signed into the country itself. So these are the issues that I wanted us to speak about as Africans, because as I am fighting this GMO war, I was taken to South African court after complaining about Zimbabwean GMOs in Zimbabwe. The company from Zimbabwe, this Simbisa Brands, which is also in Kenya, took me to South African courts where they do not have any presence, but their shareholders, BlackRock, Vanguard, together with some of the companies like Monsanto that have got cross-shareholding with these BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, who then have ownership in almost all banks in South Africa, Kenya, Zimbabwe. They obviously had an influence into making sure that these guys take us to South African courts, where they are white-friendly courts, who will then protect their interests. Not only do they protect their interests, but the judges are bought to an extent that they don't even listen to the argument, because right now they're saying I'm defaming them. But defamation can only be a lie. Defamation is only when you've got falsehoods. And I've been giving factual information from lab tests that we've been taking part in, and also factual information based on disclosures they've given in the Zimbabwe court. So I'm in two fronts of courts in South Africa and Zimbabwe. They're buying judges. And you have to realize that once they start buying judges, this thing is bigger than we see. Bill Melinda Gates Foundation is involved. We've got an organization called AGRA, Africa Greening Revolution Alliance, and other institutions of the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and the Bill Melinda Gates. Initially, when we talk about these names, it sounds like conspiracy theory, but because I'm in court with these people, and this is my second time being in court with these people after being in court with Strive Masiwa, who sits on the board of the Rockefeller and Rothschild Foundations, I now realize that these people are real. I have fought them in court. I am fighting them now. And their agenda is to take over Africa's food sovereignty. Once they control the food, they control the people, they control the resources. And even the protest that you had last month will not happen if they control the food and they can simply close off food tomorrow. They'll simply starve the population into compliance. So this is what I wanted to say to you and to leave a message to you with.
All right, just hold on. We'll come back to you. Coach Sonko. Coach Sonko. Naona hapo unasema mimi nimelipwa tusiongelee mambo ya protest. So hebu tuambie nimelipwa na nani na kwa nini nimelipwa? Coach Sonko. Naona hapo unasema mimi nimelipwa tusiongelee mambo ya protest. So hebu tuambie nimelipwa na nani na kwa nini nimelipwa? Mkenya daima. Mbona mnauliza mic, mkipewa mic hamtaki kuongea? Unasema space, tunanyima watu mic, umepewa mic uongee au uongei, because kuna watu wanataka kuongea.
Looks like they were just testing the waters. I also experienced the same in my space.
Who are they? Are they being sent or something?
Amerix, this is Amerix, this is Senator Onyoka.
Yes.
Can I say a few?
Yes, go on, go on. These are they have chickened out. They have been given a mic and they
They can't hear you. Can I go first?
Amerix, this is Senator Onyoka. Can I say a few?
Edgar, can you organize this space? Because Sasa, these are friends of ours. It's like they are confused.
Can you hear me?
Who is speaking?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Amerix.
Amerix,
Wait
can you
a
hear
minute,
me?
Senator, just a minute, Senator. I'm bringing you on. So, Keoti Sonko, you had your hand up. Amerix alikuwa amekuuliza. You said that he had been told. Senator, just a minute.
Can you hear
You will
me?
come after Keoti Sonko. 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 Okay, sawa, hayuko. Senator Onyonka, you can go, and I'm also told that tomorrow you have a show in the morning. Actually, Sonko mana, nimekuita hauongei, then nikitoka kwako unainua mkono. What exactly am I supposed to do? Are you there? Also told that tomorrow you have a show in the morning. Actually, Sonko mana, nimekuita hauongei, then nikitoka kwako unainua mkono. What exactly am I supposed to do?
Edgar, move to the next person. We are wasting time with these ones. Move to the next
Okay,
person.
sawa.
Please.
Senator, you can go. Senator, you can go. Senator, can you hear me? Okay, sawa.
Yes,
Elvis.
you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Proceed.
Now, thank you. The point I wanted to make is that I've listened very keenly. I wanted to say that I've listened to the gentleman who has just spoken about the GMO controversy and the issues. One of the things I wanted to say is that I hope all the Pan-Africanists who are listening to this know that you must begin to look at the larger picture, whether you look at it the Kenyan way or look at it the African way. Number two, the events that you see in the mismanagement and the misgovernance of our people, sometimes they are deliberate, but sometimes we are the unfortunate players in those arrangements. The truth is, I believe that you as Kenyans have always been trailblazers. I believe that we must be aware of what's going on. Don't dismiss anything you get. One of the things that has helped me in my politics is that when I pick information, whether it's true or not, you analyze everything intelligently and then you're able to make decisions. I believe that the issues which have been raised here are issues that can be fixed. Our country is not so broke that you cannot fix it. I believe where we are, like I've said before, the hardware is okay. When somebody comes to Kenya, you see everything, you see happy people, you see hotels are running, we have national parks, Kenyans are running at the Olympics, and everything is fine. But my point is, we now must begin to look at the software for you people to go to the next level. Finally, I want to say this. I hope that this team will be able to be positive and will be able to handle whatever that is happening in this country fairly. There are some of us, there are some people who are even in government who are giving us information to give to you. Some of us have done good before, maybe we have failed, but I think some of us should be allowed to make the decision of wanting to help our country. It is not for self-serving interest. Personally, if you guys got even 5 things that are outstanding on the governance of Kenya, by that time, I don't think I would want to continue with politics. I think some of us who have been very, very fortunate have gone to good schools and have seen things. I've been a deputy minister for foreign affairs. I went to Somalia. I know why people are fighting at the Horn of Africa. It's about the mining of the fish, the gold which is there, the platinum and uranium which is in Somalia. I mean, these are things you people must now become engaged in. You can do them legally. And I wanted to say this, gentlemen and ladies, make sure you maintain the highest standards. Demonstrate peacefully. I know that agents are going to be sent so that they can distract you, so that they can give you a a bad name. Martin Luther King demonstrated until he changed America. He was shot dead. Violence killed him, but his spirit kept on running. If you go to the US, you'll be shocked to see what is happening there, especially with Kamala Harris becoming a president, a black woman of Indian descent. So you guys have an opportunity. Fix your country. Don't favor me. If you think I'm BSing you guys, tell me. But if you think I'm doing a good job, encourage me. There are many, many people who are adults, who are all elderly, who are old, who want to change everything. They are going to support you. Be fair to them. They will work with you. Will there be betrayers in the struggle? Yes. Must that stop you? No. I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Senator. Asante sana. Elvis.
Yes, Edgar. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. You wanted to address an issue on hizi jobs zenye tunaambiwa ziko majuu.
Yes.
Hizi jobs tunaambiwa ziko majuu, tutalipiwa ndege, tutafute tu passport in 1 week.
Yes.
So you have at least 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I'll be very quickly because of time. Number one, straight to the point, I've had the president going around from county to county telling people that we've created jobs abroad for you. You'll be getting a passport in, I don't know, 1 week, and then you go to the airport, you just board a flight and go abroad. So I want to tell you guys, there's nothing like that. You know, from the events of June 25th, whatever happened, like people breaching parliament, that guy knows he lost his legitimacy and he's trying by all means to make sure that the legitimacy is back. He knows he lost it, but he's trying to use all kinds of lies to get this back. So, about the issue of jobs abroad, he said today that on the website they have about 400,000 jobs listed. I went through that website. All those jobs that are there, they are talking of maids, housekeepers, drivers. I think it's instant for someone who has gone to school. You are well schooled. You are well educated. You're being sent to the Gulf to go and become a housemaid somewhere for maybe like 20,000 every month. That is not something we anticipate as Kenyans. That is not the Kenya we want. Remember, during the 2022 elections campaign, this guy used to promise us that we'll be here, we'll create jobs for you here. Please vote us in. The moment he got into power, he started chasing away investors by increasing taxes and doing all sorts of nonsense to make sure that we don't have jobs locally. Number two, about the jobs in the West, that is Australia, UK, England, Canada, and USA, immigration has really changed. We have a lot of immigration laws that a lot of people don't really know. They have put a cap on student visas, on skilled work visas. Basically, there are no jobs. And if you go to the government websites of these listed countries from Germany, UK, Canada, Australia, they have a list called shortage of occupations list. Take time and go through it. They have specific listed jobs, which are professional jobs, and in most cases, they are just medical jobs only, not any other job that this guy is trying to go around the country telling people. There's no way you expect someone who has not, maybe they haven't been able to afford school fees to go to university. You're lying to him that I signed a deal in the UK and you're going to get a job there. There's nothing like that. At the moment, we're in the whole of the in the West, the USA have elections. UK, they just had elections recently. And the first priority, they said, we are going to restructure immigration. We are going to reduce legal immigration. We are going to tackle illegal immigration. Basically, they want to train their own skills first, like skills in their own country. And then the remaining slots, that is when they can invite any other people to come from abroad to come and fill them. At the moment, for those who follow the NHS recruitment, let's say, for example, in the UK, the recruitment of healthcare workers has drastically reduced. Up to now, the NHS has not gotten its yearly budget to recruit from abroad. What they are technically doing is reducing the number of skilled workers coming to the country. The same thing is in America, the same thing is in Canada, the same thing is in Sweden, Germany, Australia. In Australia, it's now even more tough. If you're going there on a student visa, make sure you're going there on the right course, maybe like going to study something like medicine, nursing, occupational therapy, any other thing apart from that, then it's going to be hard from you, because they say at the end of your studies, you have to exit the country and go and apply the job from your from your own home country. Technically, they are telling you, you give us your money, study in our university here. At the end of it, go back to your home country. Number two, they are saying if you go there on a student visa, you cannot switch that visa into any other field that will maybe make you remain in Australia. For you to change the visa, you have to exit the country and start again a fresh application of the visa. They are technically trying to put in all these hurdles to discourage legal immigration. So if you see someone is moving around and lying to the people that have created jobs abroad for you, it's an absolute lie. And this will lead to a lot of rogue agencies. Just because the president has pronounced that we have jobs abroad, you will see these agencies coming up and lying to people that we have jobs abroad, pay this amount of money, and we'll connect you to a job, or maybe like a student visa. So what will happen next? Mtauza mashamba zenu, and you end up being duped. I have a lot of people in my DM complaining over these same things. People are depressed abroad, and there's nothing they can do about it. Tafadhali kaeni rada.
Asante. Thank you very much, Elvis. We continue. Ask for the mic. This is a citizen assembly. It is for everyone. Lewis, what are the protest on 8th? Can you tell us the protest points? What are the things that we must ensure that we are going to raise as we go on the streets on 8th of August? 8th of August, nane. Lewis.
I don't think Amerix, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I don't think Lewis can hear you. So let me bring in Mukenya Daima.
Okay.
Hello.
Let me bring in Mukenya Daima to speak about
just hold on.
Lewis.
I can see Lewis here.
Yes,
Lewis.
Sorry, I'd lost the conversation for a second.
We had said that on 8th, there are more protests called Nane. What are the pressure points?
Yes,
what is the
Edgar,
messaging?
you had mentioned me.
Yes. Can you hear me? All right, Edgar, go on. I think there's a lot of connection problem everywhere.
Can you hear me, Edgar? Anyone?
Okay, Lewis, I can hear you. Proceed.
All right. You'd called my name and I'd lost the connection for a second. Could you please
Yes,
repeat whether it was a question?
actually, Amerix was the one who was asking for you to talk about the Nane protests.
Oh, the ones that we will have in Nanyuki, or just in general?
Yes.
In general.
General and also Nanyuki.
All right. Ah, cool. So obviously, Nane is a public holiday as declared by the people. And I've seen that one of the things that's happening across the country, unfortunately, is that a lot of young people, they're being recruited by whoever. Obviously, we know who these people are. And they're making proclamations. Today, I was dealing with a problem in Laikipia with supposed Gen Z leaders calling off the mandamanos that we were planning to have, and they said very strongly, and obviously they've been looking for me. Unfortunately, I've changed my phone number because DCI has the other one, so they can text on that one. But we've been dealing with a lot of diversions from the political class, and it's been thoroughly frustrating, especially for me who lives in a small town. You wake up in the morning and then we say we're doing mandamanos at this time, and then somebody comes up with a different poster. Of course, one of the things that is our strength is also sort of our weakness. The fact that we are leaderless, obviously, we're tribeless, and then we don't have a central point of organization. It can at some point become a deterrent, because if anybody says that, for example, I'm saying in Nanyuki, let's meet in town, somebody produces a poster and then they say we meet at a different location, I don't have that latitude to say no, we're not. Of course I'd say it, but obviously when these people are sponsored, they're sponsored with the intention that when I push back on their plans, they will reiterate on the fact that we're leaderless, and then they'll say you're trying to make yourself our leader. But anyway, it happens, all these things happen. But on Nane Nane, we're insisting that across the country, I was having a conversation with a few people this past weekend, and we were saying if we are able to do it, even as we shut down, we do the mandamanos in Nanyuki, we're thinking even of ways in which if we're able to do on Nane Nane, anybody across this country was able to go to the CBD. Personally, after if I'm able to do it, I'll just come to Nairobi as soon as I'm done, because I'm just 3 hours away. We occupy Nairobi and then we say Nane Nane, because what happened when we occupied the parliament, and I've been having this conversation with people, is that we left. We didn't make it stick. The next time we go to mandamanos, we need to make it stick. If we're able to go all of us to Nairobi CBD and occupy CBD, it will even be better. The ones who are not able, you need to hold fort at areas at your home areas. We also want to make sure that it's very peaceful, but it must be disruptive. And the people that keep showing up, because every single time we've had protest in Nanyuki, we've had to deal with goons. And again, and I keep insisting, our strength in the fact that we're leaderless is also sort of our weakness, because even when government operatives, and we know these people on social media, when they wake up with propaganda, they print posters in the same format we print posters. The other day they were attacking some of the key members of this protest, and they're very, very vocal and they're very organized. They wake up in the morning and then they target you. Last Sunday, some people were saying I was meeting the governor of Laikipia. Not sure what me and the governor of Laikipia would be talking about, but whatever, I guess. But on Nane Nane, it has to be said, across this country, everybody needs to wake up, and we need to make sure that this is our responsibility. Everybody needs to make it their personal responsibility to bring someone on board. And as soon as you're done, because I'm sure Mandamanos in Nanyuki, because we're a rather chill town, we probably will be done by 5 p.m. If I leave Nanyuki at 5 p.m., I should be in Nairobi by 8:30. Tulale huko, wale wanakuja na chai, they bring tea, so that it has to mean something. This Nane Nane, we can't afford to do mandamanos half. And I think that's also why we're taking this break between now and up to that time. And I'm sure that some people are able to do with minimal meals, but I think on Nane Nane, if you're done with your mandamanos and you're able to make it to Nairobi, we should all go to Nairobi, to Kayuko, because that's our capital. And I think that's exactly where these people feel it the most. Our president clearly doesn't understand the language of conversation. The other day he keeps telling us about anarchy, he keeps telling us about the instability of our country. It's a bunch of nonsense, because if somebody comes to your home and then they beat down your child and then they are stealing your TV, you walk into the living room and then this person is like, hey bro, please don't respond because it will be chaotic. So be it, let it be chaotic, because that's the whole point. We want to make sure that we are hard, na hiyo time ikifika tusikike. Money.
Mr. Lewis, let me just clarify something. Anyone telling you about anarchy is an idiot. We have a constitution that is very, very much alive. It is well drafted there. If William Ruto and his deputy go home, there's a person who's supposed to take that seat for about, I think, 90 days, as we are having a re-election. Where the hell is the anarchy coming from? hata niambie wase, msiogope, there's nothing
Sorry,
to
Anna
worry
Kiambu
about right
Kiza.
now.
Yeah. So, and this is our country. Let nobody try and pretend like we just showed up into this country today. We've been quiet as these people plundered our nation. By the time tunasema this is gonna be a problem, when we say, guys, we're done, we're tired of listening to this, someone is telling us, guys, don't burn this country down. But you've been burning this country down for 50 years. So when it's our turn, we're not even burning it down. We're saying we're going to sit somewhere, we're going to march. I don't know where we'll march to, but I'll be, when you're watakuwa CBD mtaniambia tu when I get there at 8:30 p.m. But on nane nane, I will be ready to even walk. If they close the roads, tutajua tu njia ya kuingia CBD. But after we're done with maandamanos in Nanyuki, I'm making arrangements as we speak. Obviously, citizen planned. The guys who are saying that we've cancelled maandamanos in Laikipia, I've been made aware of some of them, who they are. Pointless people, unfortunately. But so that's that. On Nane Nane, we will be there. In Nanyuki, I'll take it. It's going to be my personal responsibility to make sure it happens. We'll do our best to make sure it's peaceful. And then after we're done, we'll be in the CBD. Thank you.
Oh, just a minute. Msiseme niko na kirere sana. I just feel like my questions, my rage hasn't really been satisfied enough. I wanted to ask Okiya Omtata about the niobium in Kwale, Pale Mlima Hills. Mr. Okiya Omtata, you told me Jacob Juma alitoa documents in your office. What happened next? Why isn't anyone? Why hasn't our country taken this initiative of taking these minerals and injecting them in our economy? What the hell is going on? Please, Mr. Okiya Omtata, talk to us.
Paulo, I don't think Okiya Omtata is on the speaker panel. Acha nampatia mic, then I think atajibu. But meanwhile, Mukenya Daima, I can see your hand is up and you wanted to address the issue on Nane Nane. Juu unaniambia damu yako imechemuka we pamoja na Kilundizi.
Yeah, thank you, Edgar Bwire. I want to make it very clear that Nane Nane is our Independence Day. It is the day we liberate ourselves economically. And I want Kenyan youths and everyone in this economy to understand that we have to put our tools down to make sure that we come to Nane Nane, we come to CBD, and we march forward to State House for that small meeting of 2 to 3 million youths together with the president. One thing that we are sure of, we are dealing with our outgoing president is clearly a mad person. He's a person who has psychosis. He's someone who we can clearly tell he has lost touch with the reality. That's someone who is suffering from psychosis. That's something that clearly we can tell right now. We don't need anything else. We don't need it, and it's not someone who can solve our problem. And since we've realized our problems, where they are stemming from, on Nane Nane, I want every youth, I want everyone who thinks they are doing business. We want everyone in all sectors. It's an Independence Day. And I want you guys to understand what we are talking when what we are saying when it's Independence Day. It is the day we liberate our country. Nothing else matters at this point. That is what I want most of you to understand. That is what I want those people who feel like they are not understanding our conversation. I want them to understand this is not any other day of protest. It is the day we liberate ourselves. It's the day we economically liberate ourselves. Because we've realized that we are a rich country. We are a country that has enough resources, has enough minerals to fix ourselves. We are a country that, people have been borrowing for whatever stupid reason, like buying belts, wengine tunalipia huyu apeleke wasichana sijui Dubai and everything. No, we are just tired. We need to fix our country. I want you guys to understand that cumulatively, this is a cumulative pain, and we have to settle the scores on Nane Nane. I want us to march, and when we are marching, me, I don't march from behind, I march from front. And we get to CBD, ikibidi tukae pale chini. We are not running. We are not going to play sijui rat race with the police. We are not going to do that kind of thing. We just stay there and we march forward to State House. And once we march, we liberate ourselves. It's an Independence Day. That is what I want you to understand. Imagine you witnessing the second independence, and this one is for yourself. This one, you are doing it for you and for your future. That is what I want you to understand. Then from there, we can start fixing the country when we have Ruto out. Because when we have Ruto and when we have the presidency out. Because I don't want anyone mistaking me thinking that when I mean Ruto, I just Ruto. No, I mean the presidency out. So Nane Nane, I want everyone to come out and know deep down, this is Independence Day. Nane Nane is supposed to be our Independence Day. Thank you, Edgar. And that is the message I had for the youths. Nane nane, we must be out. It's our Independence Day.
Okay, asante sana Mkenya for keeping it at 1 minute. Kilundizi, you've told me that you're boiling.
Thank you, Edgar. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. And for me, I feel like Ruto is a mad person because he keeps lying every day. And for anyone who is believing or who thinks that there will be a change, I think I have to tell you I'm sorry. First of all, I'm beginning to feel like Ruto is the problem because there is no way he was going to he is bringing back the same people. Now I'm beginning to feel like maybe anawatumanga akiwatuma hiyo pesa zenye wanga wanaiba nini wanamletea. So for me I feel like nane that is the time we should be together. Ukiona mwenzako anaenda kushikwa unakwama na yeye. I think sijui kama mliona video ilikuwa ina go around Twitter, jamaa alikatalia jamaa kabisa akienda kuarestiwa. And I want to tell everyone, going to maandamano is an individual decision. Usiende pale juu ati unaona wasee wanaenda. Enda juu unajua chenye unafanya.
Kilundizi.
You know what will happen to us in the
Kilundizi.
future. Yes.
Kilundizi. Unaweza ongea tu Kiswahili. I think Kiswahili kila mtu atakuelewa. You don't have to struggle with
Na ndio
the
naongea saa hizi.
sawa.
Ndio naongea saa hizi so far. So ndo nasema kama ni kwenda maandamano wacha ikuwe ni your individual decision, yani kitu iko kwa roho. Usiende juu unaona wasee wanaenda. Again, kuna wenye walifeel ni kama wamekatishwa motisha. Usifeel kama umekatishwa motisha juu ati kuna big ulikuwa una maybe unaangalia, yani ni kama alikuwa amekuwa model wako kwa hiyo maandamano. Ujue kuna wenye already wako compromised, and that is something that happens ikifika kwa movement. Yangu si mengi but ni kusema nane tutokee mazi. Ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you so much Kilundizi. So I'm trying as much as possible to bring in a set of new speakers. I want as many people to speak as possible. So I'm going to let in Kenyan Germany lady. Hi, what do you have to say?
Hi, sorry. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. First of all, I'd like to send my condolences to those who lost their lives. Excuse me if my voice is not quite okay. I'm still not well. I'd like to tell Kenyans, you don't realize what you have achieved. You don't realize that you're currently imprisoned in your own country. Nobody is going to be allowed to leave, especially those who've been outspoken on the matters of protest. But there is hope. People will be allowed to leave when Mr. Ruto leaves. And those who still refer to him as president don't understand what it means to govern a country. They don't really understand civic history and what a president should achieve. Now, I'd like to tell you that, first of all, people are frustrated. I see that there are less spaces, less numbers of people on spaces. But what I see is a regime forming, a regime in the making. You are a regime. You, people who come on the spaces, the bigger population of a country recognizes this as the current regime. That means Mr. Williams' regime is illegitimate. He can appoint as many people as he wants to. That regime as is currently run with the removal of the mace on the 25th is illegitimate and he can be removed from power. Now, I would like to just brief you a bit on a few things, especially going on to the protests. Now, a government is typically recognized as an organization or group of people or individuals that governs a community or state. It usually comprises three main branches, okay? The legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. So governments are tasked with creating and enforcing laws, setting policies, and managing public resources. It has failed in the management of public resources, and that again makes it not be viewed as a government in such. It is only a regime on paper currently. There is an acting president who's not recognized by the majority of the population. That means the actual regime is the one on the spaces right now. And then also, recognition of a government can be either one, de facto or de jure, okay? So de facto recognition means you acknowledge a government that has control over a state, even if it hasn't been legally established. Even if it hasn't been legally established. And that is what we're seeing on the spaces. This is the current regime. And then the de jure recognition, on the other hand, refers to the legal acknowledgement of a government as the legitimate authority of a state. The international community can actually recognize a de facto regime as legitimate. It has happened many times before. And now I've really talked about that. I want to talk about parallel regimes. So there is hope. I'm telling you, there is hope. You can take that country and you can force him into exile, and that will happen if he doesn't step down. Now, let's talk about a bit about parallel regimes. A parallel regime refers to a situation where two or more groups claim to be the legitimate government of a state. A legitimate government has the majority support of the population, which is not the situation in Kenya. That makes it again an illegitimate regime. So this can occur, mostly it occurs during times of political instability. Check, that is happening in Kenya. It occurs during civil wars, revolution. So one group might control the capital and major institutions, often recognized as the de jure government. So what is currently in Kenya is the one recognized internationally. It is the de jure, but there's the de facto. The de facto government is what you guys are, okay? So while another group might control significant portions of the territory or population, it is often recognized or referred to as the de facto regime. You are currently a parallel regime. You can elect actually your own president if you wanted to, with entire cabinet ministers, and declare the other regime illegitimate. You have the support of the international community, and it's dying down because they're seeing, okay, Kenyans are kind of quieting down, but you still have that support. Now, let me talk about just a bit. I want to expound on this because I'm going to the 99 issue. Um, I've talked about the parallel regime. In China, from 1949 to date, there is a parallel regime in practice. In Korea, 1948 to date. In Libya, between 2014 to 2021, Gaddafi, you know, with Libya, it's so two rival governments running the country. In Yemen, 2015 to present, there's a parallel regime. In Venezuela, 2019 to present, and I also led the protests of 1st of May in Venezuela of this year. So I was there and we talked about the parallel regime issue. In Somalia, 1991 to date, there is, those of you who know, Pan-Africanists especially know Somaliland, they want secession from Somalia. So from 1991, there has been a parallel regime, complete with cabinet ministers, with their own president, with their own flag, and that is what you guys can do. But because you're the majority, the Kenyan flag belongs to you. The other regime, William Ruto's, is illegitimate. Please understand that.
Thank you so
And
much
then also, oh,
for
I've talked too much.
acknowledging. Yeah, you do talk
I've
too
talked
much.
too
You,
much.
you do talk too much. But thank you so much for acknowledging that
All right.
within the place that you come from, there are levels of, deprivation of maybe where you would have been as it were then, because now you want to, without actually mentioning specific ways you will do it, bring our country down. I want to let you know, you have actually talked about state of anarchy, and you have actually tried to turn the
Edgar, mnapeaje Kigen mic hapa nyinyi?
Okay, I'm sorry. Kenyan,
I'm not saying
Kenyan
Kenyans
Germany
should go
lady.
and form their own
Listen,
government.
listen.
I'm
Kenyan
saying
Germany lady, kindly land so that we can also give someone else a
all right.
chance.
All right, I'm landing. Now, with what Mr. Ruto has said, he said that those who are flying abroad are going to receive tickets, etc. I would like to tell you that on the 31st of July last year, following the Mandamano, Kenya was declared a travel risk. So that is not possible, especially right now. So I'm just urging you, I'm not telling you to form your own government. I'm saying there is already a government in existence. This is the regime. Whether or not, I'm not saying you go and take over the other government, the other regime. I'm saying you already have the numbers to have your own regime. It is already in practice. It's just not on paper. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak. And I urge you, for the guys, for the sake of those who passed away, please keep fighting. And I'm not talking about anarchy, Eric. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Edgar?
Perfectly.
All right.
Amerix, you are on mute if you're speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
What about there?
I can hear you perfectly. Amerix, you are on mute if you are speaking. We can't hear you. Okay, as Amerix fixes his mic, Bravin, you had your hand up.
Okay, there are a few things I want to talk about because there's this issue of having a leader. I don't think we have exhausted that issue properly because this is something that people on other platforms who are also in the movement need to understand. We have gotten where we are because we have been leaders. So when you have leaders in place, you are making it easier for the government to, or the rogue people who are in government to hunt down and pinpoint individuals and they'll go after them. They'll turn their lives upside down. They'll go and surveil them. They'll do a lot of things to those people. So when you have people who are not like appointed or you have not done the easier work for them, then it's hard for them to pinpoint individuals. So that's one. Another thing you need to understand that the success of this movement is based on decentralization. So as people are in the villages trying to demonstrate.
Pravin, improve your speaker. Your speaker is very low. Can you just fix your speaker or your mic?
Am I still low?
It's okay.
Okay. So there are people who are in different parts of the country. You find there are people who are in the villages and they're still they want to still air out their issues. So if you make it centralized, it will be a bit difficult. You will start demoralizing people because the moment you start picking individuals, that's one. If you take an individual to, let's say, a position of leadership, and for example, there are people who have not seen this person, for example, on the streets, that's one. Two, you'll not know how you're going to arrive at these leaders. what criteria will you use? There are people who are not on these platforms, but will definitely form good leaders. So there are people who are doing these demonstrations out there, outside social media. So we have people on Twitter, we have people on TikTok, we have people on Instagram and all other platforms. And then we have people who are not in any social media, but they are still agitating for their rights, but they can also make good leaders. But how democratic could be that process if you decide to do it right now? So those one will not get a chance to, they'll definitely be demoralized. So that's why you also do not need to have the leaders, because I still believe those people who are pushing to have a leader are definitely infiltrators. Then another issue is, when you pick leaders right now, the movement has just started moving. If you pick leaders right now, you are likely to pick people who are state infiltrators, people who are from the rogue side of the system, that will now be in the position of leadership, and are definitely going to give the information to the people that are not supposed to get that information. And if you look at someone, there are people who are on the timeline who have started changing the tune. They have changed. They have not even sought justice for the people who are killed, but they already are singing the tune of the system, which is definitely oppressing people. Then the other thing you have to realize is this: these guys, if you want to beat a dictator or people who are rogue, you need to think like them, then think better than them to beat them. So these are people who base their own political ideology on tribal lines. The moment you pick leaders and they see like 2-3 people are from a specific region, now they'll push the tribal card very hard. They will send those mercenaries that they send every morning to come and attack the whole movement based on tribe. They'll start saying this community has gotten more people, that community have gotten more people, and then it becomes a tribal thing. That is also another card that they'll throw at you. Then you need to understand there's also this issue I saw of forming a political party. You need to understand another thing. When you form a political party right now, they'll start treating you as politicians, not as citizens who are agitating for change. You form a political party right now, you now become politicians who now they'll have the ability to call you some elites, or rather people who want to overthrow a government. So you are not citizens who are agitating rights. Now you become people who are plotting a coup. And we are here just trying to push for accountability, because another thing you need to understand is, when this movement started, people needed change. They didn't really need to get CS positions, etc. That these people are telling you, front someone to go and sit there. We didn't want that. We wanted these guys to be accountable, to tell us they'll do this and do the things that they promised. So they did not deliver these things. So we are pushing them to deliver. So we do not want really to get there. We want them to appoint people who have integrity and can deliver these things, which is not something that should be had. Now, another thing that you also need to understand is that if you let the government keep chasing ghosts, it's easier for them not to be able to get one person. But if you don't, but if you appoint these leaders, then it will be easier to get these people, and they will definitely either buy them or they will silence them permanently if they cannot buy them. So the greatest weapon we have against people who are rogue, that is, and they are definitely killing Kenyans, abducting them, it is the ability to be leaderless and civic education. Those are the two things and the two most powerful weapons that we have. Then another thing that we have not addressed, I've seen Kenyan Germans talking about low numbers in the spaces, etc. You need to understand there are two things. When you're fighting a war, it's both mental and then physical on the field. That is the protest. So the government has sent the police officers who have been brutalizing people. That is intended to kill you mentally. People are being murdered. It is affecting most people mentally. And if you want to understand the impact of that, it is intended to bring the women who are coming on the street off the streets, because most women are emotionally easily affected emotionally, so they will not want to keep coming out. But you need to also encourage those people that they are still agitating for their rights. And as much as we push this, they also need to understand that they can also do the other work of online, sharing posters of probably people who have been abducted, people are missing. They can still participate in that way. So just encourage them to be a part of the whole thing, but they need to also understand that we need to also understand that people also need that support when it comes to the mental aspect of it, because these are the people are agitating for their rights. And the abuse of human rights is one of the leading causes of mental health challenges. And as someone who also advocates for mental health advocacy in itself, I am one person who is going to the street because I can see this brutality. I can feel the pinch. So as a person, I joined this movement because I feel this
Thank
thing
you.
affecting me as
Thank
an
you. Hold there.
individual. Thank
Ndego Advocate, you were to raise some issues on the petition. You have petitioned is it the impeachment of the presidency? And then there was, yes, go on. The mic is yours now. Tell us.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, everybody, for the submissions made. The gentleman, I think, from Zimbabwe made very able submissions in respect to the GMOs. I think those are some of the things we must pick up. Additionally, well, just to bring the members up to speed, I did share with Eric the content of the petition. The petition has 50, I think, about 3 or 4 major prayers, where we are asking the High Court of Kenya to make a determination whether or not Kenyans can participate directly in bringing down or in removing Mr. William Ruto and Mr. Gachagua from office. We have gone to court through or seeking to enforce the provisions of Article 1, which provides that power belongs to the people, and they may exercise that power directly or indirectly. So the indirect aspects of people's power in our petition, we are claiming that it has failed because Parliament has failed to hold Mr. William Ruto and Mr. Gachagua to account. Parliament has also refused to apply the available constitutional tools to hold Mr. William Ruto and Mr. Gachagua to account. And therefore, we are asking ourselves and we are asking High Court to make a determination whether at that particular time, Parliament can be deemed to have negated on its duties and obligations, and whether, upon that finding, whether the people can therefore exercise their sovereignty directly. And the means that we are proposing to exercise our sovereignty is through a referendum. We are asking the High Court to make a finding that a government can be established through an election, and the same government can be removed by the people through a referendum. That is a substantive question we are asking the High Court. The grounds upon which our petition is premised is that there is serious diminishing of capacity on the part of Mr. William Ruto and Mr. Gashagua's government, and that diminishing has withered the confidence of the people. It has rendered his government illegitimate, and therefore we're asking the High Court to give us a leeway where people can participate directly in removing him from power. We are asking the High Court to make sure that this determination is made before October, so that people can go to a referendum and vote to remove Mr. William Ruto from office. Our argument is that a referendum is not only a tool that can perhaps be used to bring about change of the constitution or to bring about change of constituencies or anything, or the amendment of the constitution. We are saying that a referendum is also a mean or a tool available to Kenyans through which a government can be established. So the other issues we are raising is that, for example, the other day he went to the US, he signed some covenants and agreed that Kenya should be a non-NATO ally without the participation of the people of Kenya, without the participation of the Parliament of Kenya. And we are asking that he has actually sold out our sovereignty. The other issue that he also raised in our petition, among others, is that he has agreed that the US should create a military base in Lamu without asking the people of Kenya to participate in making that determination. To us, is that he has completely sold out again our sovereignty, where foreign entities and foreign states will establish their military base here without consulting the Kenyans. So those are some of the issues that we have raised, among other issues of breakdown of governance. And we are hoping that the High Court will be able to agree with us and give us an opportunity to argue our referendum or to do or to carry out our referendum. We are asking many people to join this petition, whether you belong to your professional groups, whether you want to be individuals. We are asking especially the professional groups or the NGOs and civil societies to join this petition. We have a pool of volunteer lawyers who are willing to take up your matters and urge or argue this case before court. We're asking the Chief Justice to appoint a bench of not less than 5 judges who are going to hear and determine this case. We have very solid facts and grounds that we are relying on in respect to asking the High Court to declare that Kenyans can remove or change a regime through constitutional means of a referendum. Those are some of the issues that we have raised in our petition. I have shared a copy of the same with Eric. Perhaps Eric may be posting it in this forum for people to go through it and read and understand the issues that we are raising before the High Court. I would reiterate once more that people are free to join this petition because the more, the merrier. If you're able to collect signatures from wherever you are, as long as they are designated signatures in support of the petition for referendum, we'll be able to take those signatures again and collect them in our affidavits and show the court the weight of the case and the desire that people have. Of course, the argument about the loss of legitimacy is premised on the ongoing protest against government and the inability of Mr. William Ruto to protect life, which is so sacred, that he has unleashed his militias to go and kill Kenyans who are exercising their constitutional right. So we are saying that Kenyans have a right to remove him because he has failed to defend the constitution, which he himself swore to defend. So those are some of the issues, Eric, we are raising in our petition. I'll still remain available for further consultation or clarification. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana, advocates. Let me bring on board Abdi. Good evening, sir. What do you have to say?
Thank you. My name is Abdi. I am joining you from Toronto. And here is and I would say thank you to Eric, Nyakundi, Edgar, Ndwega, Ndwega, Advocate Njiro, and Willis, and everyone on the space, and all the speakers joining who spoke. Lately, some friends in the diaspora and around have been thinking that because Raila has joined the government, our movement is over. Let me address this sentiment. Our struggle is not yet about any single individual or political alliance. It's about the collective will of the people of Kenya. Our mission is to create a just, equitable, prosperous nation that prosperous and mission continues regardless of the political shift. Raila's decision does not define our movement nor our resolve. We must stay focused on our goals, mobilize the youth, and work towards change we want to see. Our journey is far from over, and together we'll keep pushing. Having said that, I believe coalition arrangements in Kenya have always been short-lived and formed for special purpose. This time is not different. The political class consistently unite for their selfish agenda, ignoring the root cause of our issues. The Kenya Kwanza coalition has been buying legitimacy across the political divide. President Ruto represents the old school of thought of Moi, which is now outdated. We saw recently the touring the country, seeking legitimacy, parading his cabinet appointees, politics of tokenism, Mutieto syndrome. This has been, and now this has been going on like people being cabinet secretary being paraded in now heading to the home turf of Wycliffe Oparanya and trying to seek leveraging on local loyalty. This was create an illusion of widespread and legitimacy based on cheers from the local community. I would say the president politics still represents politics of mass manipulation, engaging tactics that this is the populace. Despite this effort, there is glaring political incompetence reflected in the continued failure to deliver on the promises and on the process and to govern effectively. The people by negotiation, no. Their demands are well known, accessible. The senator said in earlier, Kenya our software is working, and we having said that, and our politicians also should respect Kenyans who elected them. We are not as foolish as they think or naive. Finally, the KK government is all about political settlement between right ruto. There is no economic benefit to the citizens. And we see the KK regime is overwhelmed by responsibility and state of their office. They are yet to settle in reality. They are in charge of this country. This information all divide, as you have seen, legitimacy tribal cabinet appointment. Kenyans will make violently and painfully anything the regime throws at them. We are up. It's not that we are up against, we are not up against two people. We are up now against an entire system and alliances, not just one person. It is them versus us. Here is the step to take to victory, nane march, as they say. Mobilize the youth. They must lead the change, organize, educate the young people about their power and potential. Let's encourage active participation in the political process to drive the change we desire in this country. The youth see themselves as the key stakeholders in Kenyan future. Two, we must enhance and embrace citizen-driven journalism to reshape the narrative and counter the mainstream media biases. Encourage independent reporting and storytelling that reflect the true aspiration and struggles of the people. The other thing you can also use is to leverage on social media. Social media platform to disseminate messages, mobilize support, maintain pressure on the political class. Social media is a potential tool for grassroots organization, advocacy, and real-time communication. I will also add this, maybe I don't know what is your school of thought. I will say we should also form alliance with like-minded groups and individuals, including the civil society organization, activists, other movements that share the vision for better Kenya. Unity, strength, and broad base of support. Final take is also civic education. Educate the public about their rights and their responsibilities. Empower citizens to demand better government. Hold their leaders accountable. Civic education is crucial for fostering an informed and active citizen. We must also ensure our young people are registered to vote. This is something that we miss every time, to participate in the electoral process, to support and encourage youth candidates committed to the cause in the coming elections. Finally, this is the thing, we must maintain violent resistance, uphold peaceful, non-violent means of protest and resistance. Violence can undermine the movement, legitimacy, and provide the government with a pretext to crack down. Non-violent resistance ensures a high moral ground and broadens public sympathy. With that, I say thank you for giving me this opportunity, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Edgar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, I had asked Njiru a question. I had asked him, there is an election law where vehicles will now be declared as polling stations. So I was wondering, don't you think a member of parliament will designate his car to be a polling station? What are you doing about this? And then I'm also asking you, Wakili Njiru, kwa nini tusitumie tu ID kupiga kura? Kwa sababu mimi nikitaka kufungua bank account leo wataniomba ID. Nikitaka kufanya those very serious transactions, they will not ask for my voter's card, they will ask for my ID. So how comes mimi nikienda kupiga kura naulizwa voter's card and not ID? And I think ID is more powerful than a voter's card. Don't you think we can skip that process of voter registration and save the 9 billion? Because every voter registration exercise inachukwanga between 9 billion, between 7 billion and 10 billion in terms of money. Why can't we skip that and then we just decide to tumie ID card? Wakili.
Thank you, Eric. Allow me to begin by perhaps sharing my small knowledge about elections. The reason why we register voters, one, is for ease of electoral management. For example, the procurement of election materials. We need to know the exact number of materials that we are procuring. Number two, if we were to say that every Tom, Dick, and Harry goes, and that an ID would be the ultimate document and that does not require registration, it means that then we are not able to hold, rather to account for how many votes have been cast. For example, we need to know how many registered voters are there in a certain constituency and how many turned up for voting. This, of course, will deal with the issues of electoral malpractice because we are certain as to the number of the registered voters. So for me, the problem is not about registration because registration is quite crucial for election management and also for accountability purposes in an election process. Number three is the question of the ID is paramount. And you can see government uses ID as a means of suppressing voters' registration and subsequently suppressing the outcome of an election and the ability of people to express themselves. And while ID is quite crucial because voting must be done by individuals beyond the age of minority, what we should be calling for is acquisition or access of these ID cards. We should be proposing that the process of processing the ID cards ought to be devolved from Nairobi to the counties and make it easy and expedient and efficient for people to be able to acquire them. Because IDs and registration of elections are intertwined. Number three, the question of motor vehicles being used as voting areas or voting regions or voting centers is a serious question because who determines when a motor vehicle should become an instrument where voting should take place and what is the justification? To me, I think that is bad legislation. That is a bad law in my view. It's a law that is capable of being abused in favor of the persons who have the ability to influence the elections. And as such, that is one of the issues we should be raising with the IBC Act, that it requires urgent amendment so that we may seal all possible loopholes where elections can be manipulated. I think that's all, Eric, for my clarification.
All right, thank you very much. But before you leave, will you be in a position to connect with Rutendo from Zimbabwe and
Yes.
see if you can follow up on this issue of GMOs, especially this livestock bill? Yesterday, we saw women from Samburu.
Yes.
protesting that their milk is being taken away by the dairy board.
Yeah.
And these issues of rural farmers is going to escalate. Very soon,
Yes.
you'll see more and more farmers going to the streets complaining that their
Yes.
yields and their produce are being suffocated by government policies and boards and authorities. Don't you
Yes.
think you can link up with Rutendo so that
Yes.
as a nation, we can see what we can do to stop these IMF infiltration of our food systems, health systems, and those kind of things?
I would be glad and more glad than ever to join hands with the fellow Pan-Africanists, because
Yes,
this is a
Rutendo.
compounded, Mr. Rutendo, this is a compounded problem that is facing Africa. For example, that livestock bill is a toxic bill that is being proposed by Parliament. And perhaps just to highlight some of those things is that you'll not be able to grow fodder in your farm. You'll not easily be able to feed your cows with the millet or the corns that you're farming in your farm without the accreditation of a body they are calling an authority to regulate that. Even for you to build a small shed for your cows, you require to be regularized. For you to sell your milk, or even for you to go and get a bull from your neighbor just to come and serve your cows, you'll also require to be regularized. So some of these things are the ones that global movements are making it difficult for us to perpetuate our African traditions, culture, and to perpetuate ourselves. Why are they restricting that my neighbor cannot come and ask for some assistance from my bull to serve its cow? Simply because they want to control the genetics. They actually, in the livestock bill, establishing a genetic center. The genetic center will be manned by an authority that they have created in that particular act. It means that your cow cannot be served by the genes of the bull of your neighbor, and therefore they are trying to globalize even the manner in which our cows will produce. Not even cows, even your dogs and your pets are also regularized by that particular act. To me, we need a full day or a full session to go close by close on that particular act. I've read it, I have gone through it. Is an act that we must call out Parliament to reject the way they rejected the finance bill. But also we also need to look at the question of globalization and how globalization is also influencing the manner in which and how we live. They want us to completely alienate our food sovereignty so that we may become completely dependent on them. So I will be able to join hands with Rutendo. I don't know how I get his email. Eric, you'll favor me with his email, because even the GMO case as we speak is still in court, in the Court of Appeal. But if you look at the judgment that came from the High Court that was delivered by Justice Angote, you realize that there must have been some serious influences behind these GMO bills, GMO judgment. And those are some of the things we also need to push Mr. William Ruto to repeal. Why should he choke the GMO policy down our throats? It should be one of the issues that we must be able to target, because GMO is a threat to our very existence. It is threatening our food security. It is threatening us, and I've heard Mr. Rutendo submitting very ably how cancer prevalence and how cancer has become prevalence within this African continent, because there's an intention by the globalists to make sure that they control us even in what we eat on our tables. So Eric, I'll be glad to get that number or any contact that will make us form a formidable force against Mr. William Ruto's policies that he is holding brief for the Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give to Rutendo to respond, I just want to tell my listeners this way, because most people don't understand the consequences of what is just going to happen. This is what they're saying. Wewe ukikuwa na ng'ombe yako ukikuwa huko mtaa and you have your cow na unataka hiyo ng'ombe ikuwe serviced, yani ipandwe na bull, hauwezi fanya vile tumezoea kufanya. You see, ukikuwa na ng'ombe huko village, unaongea na jirani, anakuletea bull ina service ng'ombe, lakini this time huwezi, lazima upate license, na hiyo bull lazima ikuwe na license kwamba iko na the correct gene yenye wame declare hiyo ndio gene tunataka. Kitu ingine, you cannot feed your cow. Mimi huko kwangu nimezoea nikivuna mahindi ama nikivuna beans, or when I cut my bananas, I cut that banana stem na katakata into small pieces, naeka chumvi kidogo, napatia ng'ombe wanakula. This time when this bill goes through, that one is not possible. It will not be allowed. You cannot give your cow feeds that have not been regularized by that authority. So hii ni issue yenye ni serious, because someone wants to control what you eat, how you eat. Hata ukikamua maziwa, uko na ng'ombe yako hapo inakupatia 3 liters. You cannot give this maziwa to a neighbor. Labda neighbor anataka kununua. Saizi watoto wamefunga shule, they are at home, they are taking a lot of tea. Na labda uko na ng'ombe inakupatia 3 liters, 5 liters, and a neighbor comes to buy. You are not supposed to sell without the authority of these boards and those authorities. So hii ni kitu serious. And this kind of globalization yenye Ndegwa anaongelea hapa ndio ime lead to the rise of chronic diseases zenye tuko nazo in the country today. Saizi kanza ziko juu. I'm sure those who are listening now, kwa familia yenyu ama haujaisikia familia yenye haina mtu ako na diabetes, hypertension. Yet mnakumbuka when we were growing up, it was very difficult kusikia mtu ako na diabetes. Very difficult. It was very hard kusikia mtu ako na hypertension. Haikuwa rahisi. But right now, kila family huwezi kosa diabetes, hypertension, ama cancer, arthritis, kidney diseases. Jana kwa kliniki yangu, I was attending to a young man, 21 years old, ako na kidney disease. Mtoto mdogo sana. Inafaa aende KMTC, I think in September. A very young man, 21 years old, with a kidney disease. Because of these foods we are eating that are being brought to our country. Na inafaa mjue kitu moja. Niko na rafiki anaishi Iceland, anaitwa Job. Job tells me that the mboga that they eat is organic from Kenya. So them wanataka tuwatumie organic chakula, lakini hao wanataka kutuforce tukule inorganic chakula za GMOs. So this is a great issue that we must prosecute and resist. Rutendo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You've said it so well, and you've summed it up in a very amazing manner. But there's another concern that is happening. There is academic imperialism that is currently taking place, or intellectual imperialism, where any thought that is African-centered is looked down upon and legislated upon by African leaders acquiescing to international conventions that they sign without interrogation of anything that is happening on the African continent. So you need to understand that the country with the most cattle in the world per capita is actually Chad. And with Chad, they actually have more cattle per capita than any other country in the world. And they have done that by preserving their cattle as the indigenous species, raised according to the indigenous tendencies or the indigenous practices. I'll give you a perfect example of how it is that we see the success of Chad. When Chad got independence in 1960 or 1961, they had the same amount of people and cattle as Zimbabwe then, 1961. 2 million cattle and about a population of about 5 million people. Today, Chad has got 32 million cattle, and Zimbabwe has got 5.6 million cattle. That means that Chad has been able to increase its herd by 6 times the amount that Zimbabwe has. Why? Because Chad, the moment that France stopped colonizing Chad, it had not totally changed the traditional practices. France had not changed the traditional practices of the Chadians. They continued their traditional methods. While Zimbabwe was exposed to hybridizing the cattle of Zimbabwe, turning them into a mix of European breeds, Indian breeds, and other breeds that were not indigenous to Zimbabwe that were susceptible to the cattle. Point number one. Point number two, there was also the proliferation of diseases like foot and mouth and other diseases, anthrax, by the white colonizer in order to ensure that they kill the self-sufficiency and the bank of Zimbabweans in Zimbabwe compared to Chad, where the French did not do that. So I actually read the US Industry of Trade encouraging American biotech companies to try and penetrate Chad with vaccines and other medications. And the question is, why would they do that? Yet the so-called most successful country in production of cattle utilizing European techniques in Africa is South Africa. They've got 19 million cattle in a population of 60 million people. That means that if Chad, which has 15 million people, has got 32 million people, 32 million cattle, it's doing better than South Africa. It is doing way better than South Africa. So it's got nothing to learn from South Africa. In fact, none of the countries following the European practices of animal husbandry have anything to learn from any of the countries that are practicing white husbandry, but they have to learn from countries like Chad, Uganda, Ethiopia, and even Kenya. Kenya has been using traditional techniques, has been using a migratory pattern of herders, and that should be what we are copying. And even this new legislation on how to breed your cattle should not be encouraged, because the diversity and mixing of cattle in these migration patterns are what has made your herd very resilient. It is also what makes your cattle much more valuable in Kenya than when you buy the same cow in South Africa. But the problem is our leaders, people like Ruto. Even my own country has got a leader who is not proud of what it is that is genetically and originally Zimbabwean. They allow the attenuation of these genes. And I wanted to say before I go that together with this new act that is coming in, the current draft, you guys also have to read up on the Kenyan Seed and Plant Variations Act. Read about how it is that it is so difficult in Kenya for a Kenyan to get a license to develop seeds and to develop plant varieties in Kenya. Only Monsanto, Syngenta, DuPont, and Dell are the only companies that can do that, Seedco. And these Seedcos are not our companies. A lot of people have believed that Seedco is an African company. It's not an African company. It's a French company owned by Vilmorin that is actually Lima Grain. And that is the company that is selling tomato seeds in Europe for 60,000 euros to 400,000 euros. We will not be able to afford maize or millet if we allow this company to continue to hybridize and to turn into GMOs. And it's important for us to understand, it's not only GMOs that are a threat to us. Another threat is the hybrids. And we are currently using hybrids thinking that they are not inimical to us. They are inimical because a hybrid will produce first season, second season you struggle to produce. In fact, it will not ever reproduce true, so you have to rebuy the seed. If you use it twice or three times, then it stops producing. So your grandmother, your grandfather, you need to continue to rebuy seeds every season. Number two, because of the hybrid vigor, that so-called increases production in a hybrid. That hybrid vigor has been known to attenuate the minerals and nutrients of a crop, the vitamins, by up to 78%. So you're eating a crop that has no nutritional value. And this is why our people are getting sick. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put up there an article in which I am writing about, in which I'm talking about the correlation between the usage of GMOs and the usage of the chemicals that go with it, glyphosate, and the increase in all known chronic diseases in America. And that can be superimposed, or we can extrapolate that into Africa, and you see that the pattern is more or less the same, because we are all human and we are suffering under the same chemical warfare. This is what I call it, and biological warfare. And like I said to you guys, pay attention, please, to this company in Kenya that is from Zimbabwe, that sells you chicken in, Baker's in, Creamy in, We call it Simbisa brands. I don't know what name it is going by in Kenya, but I've seen the outlets everywhere I went in Kenya. When I went into the townships in Kenya where the poor are living, I saw so many of those outlets. They sell toxic food. Their chicken is absolutely atrocious. And I'm saying, let us begin to boycott some of these companies. Let Kenyans begin to ask some of these companies to leave Kenya and go back to where they're coming from. Because they cannot be European companies owned by Europeans who come in, poison our people, and kill our people with fast food instead of giving us the right quality of food that we need. And I think as a people, the youth must understand that we've got to become less siloed in our understanding of what is important for us. So in Zimbabwe, we've been taught about the importance of minerals. In South Africa, they're being taught the importance of land. And I'm saying, if the land does not have seeds, if the land is not living, if there are no bacteria, if there's no worms in the land, if you're poisoning that land with chemicals and chemical fertilizers, that land becomes pointless, useless. We need to become holistic in how we realize what matters to us. So we need to eat first. We need to eat healthy food second. That healthy food becomes medicine for our bodies. Then we begin to worry about the economic issues when we have secured our food. Because Hitler always said that Germany was no use as an industrial power if it was not a what? An agricultural power. Many people didn't get what he meant by that. But the reason they lost the Second World War is they were starved of two essential things. They were starved of, number one, food. No one would sell them food. No one would buy their electronics and the best machinery that they had, and no one would give them oil. And what that did is they ended up fighting to try and get land in Poland and land in Russia and oil in Baku oil fields, which is currently Ukraine. And that is how they got defeated once they were starved of food and starved of oil for long enough. We must learn from that you can be industrialized, you can mine, you can have industries, but if you don't have food, it means nothing. That is why America continues to be food self-sufficient. But while they're being food self-sufficient, the idiots have decided to kill their own people with toxic GMOs. That is why today they've got the biggest amount of chronic illnesses and the use of chronic medication, where 58% of the world's chronic medication is consumed by America. And for those of you who've been to America, those of you who live in America, you've seen how many Americans look obese and many look like zombies. Even the mental illnesses have increased in that country. But those people can afford to treat their people in their chronic states as amoebas as they look, as zombies as they look. What about here in Africa? We can't afford that. We're still trying to catch up with the rest of the world. We cannot afford to be eating these foods that have turned these people into zombies, because we don't need zombies in Africa. We need the healthiest population mentally and physically in order to prosper this continent and to defend it. And at the rate we're going, they're actually turning us backwards into these zombies that are sick, that are mentally disturbed because of the food that they're feeding us that is nutritionally deficient. Now, lastly, I don't even understand why I'm using the word the food they are feeding us, because as Africans, we shouldn't be fed by other people. Every person should have a village where you can grow your own food and reproduce that food. And if you lose your job in America or at home, you should be able to go to the village and be able to sustain yourself. We are losing that sustainability because of dependency on imported food, imported seeds, imported chemicals, and imported machinery. And we need to work on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rutendo. So I will connect you, Ndegwa, with him, so that you can continue this conversation together and for the benefits of our Africans. But before I hand over the mic to Edgar and Cyprian, my co-hosts, I just want to tell you guys, take care of your health. Take care of what you eat. It is not rosy. It is not good as you might think. It is bad. Don't just eat anything. This is a chemical warfare against the people of Africa. And that's one of the reasons why we are on the streets protesting for our sovereignty. mchunge sana kitu mnakula, your health and your life. Right now that shifting, I don't know, whatever it is, that rogue thing yenye imetoka WHO will not help us. Edgar, back to you.
Thank you so much, Amerix and Rutendo. So I'm going to bring in Roslyn Wanjiru. Hi, how are you? You have the mic. You can give your submission. Roslyn, are you speaking? Can you hear me? Amerix, am I audible?
Yes, you're okay. You're okay, Edgar.
Okay, Roslyn, I can't hear you, so I'm going to move to Henry Indindi. Mambo vipi bingwa, na una mambo yepi ya kusema kuhusu swala hili zima ambalo tumekuwa tukizungumzia tangia saa 2 za usiku? Bwana Henry, waweza nisikiza, waweza nipata? Wanipata?
All right, if they're not available, just move to the next one. I've been trying to bring Okia here. I don't know why he's not joining in as a speaker. There are those issues he had raised, and he needs to finish the cabinet, the whatever, and all those things. You can remove these others, Henry and the other one, then bring in others. There's so many requests I can see here, 103. Just bring them so that they can talk.
Okay, let me try.
Okay, I sent you the link, the mic. Just accept, come back so that we finish the discussion together.
Cyprian.
Yes, Edgar.
I really can't see any mics on my side, so if you could also assist me in adding more people on the speaker panel. Juu kwangu naona request 9 peke yake, nikijaribu kuongeza inakataa, sijui mbona.
Okay, okay.
Bravin, you can finish your submission. Bravin, are you there? DK Lemay?
Hey, hi, Eric.
Yeah, go on.
I just want to interject on the issue of the gold mining. Okay, I come from Narok, and really, at a place called Kilimapesa in Transmara, there's a lot of gold mining going on there, and we have not seen any even benefits as the county. We are not even aware who are the real owners of these gold mines. And I'm not sure even if the national government is benefiting out of it. Or I think it is just the private guys who are doing this. Also to go on the Nanenan, guys, I think we should mobilize and make sure that we occupy that day and make sure that these guys go home. When we come, and my comment, I think I will differ with maybe many on this, we should have maybe representatives going forward, because I don't see anywhere, and maybe someone can give me maybe a reference of any country in Africa on liberations or revolutions that have succeeded without representatives or leaders, if I may say. So I think that is my humble submission, and I wish we should not maybe relent and lose hope. However much it might be difficult to move on, but let's make sure that we will not lose the moment, because this is our time, and history will judge us harshly if we just think that we have achieved. There's nothing we have achieved yet. Let's just soldier on. For I see a brighter future ahead. So thank you. Maybe you can pass the mic to other speakers because of time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lemay, DK Lemay, sorry. And thank you, Cyprian, for adding these new fresh speakers. I really can't see them on my side. So 1 minute, Irene. Irene, are you there? Okay, I'll move to Mariama. Okay, ni mimi amnisikii ama ni mimi amnisikii ama
No,
ni
they're,
mic
they're, they're,
Cyprian
they're, you're
halitaki
just
kuongea?
okay. You're just okay. They're just slow. I don't know what's going on with
Just
their
one
mic.
point. Just one point that I forgot, Edgar. Kindly, I was just to comment about our counties. I think when we gifted ourselves the 2010 Constitution, we devolved resources nearer to our communities. But it has come to be that we really devolved much of corruption, and there is a lot of corruption in our counties. And we should not just focus on the national government. Let's also make sure that the county leadership or those who are accountable in our counties should be occupied and be accountable with our resources, because we really gifted or entrusted our resources in their hands, and they are just busy enriching their pockets. So let's mind where we come from. Thank you.
All right, history, Kenya. History.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I just want to make a comment about the depopulation agenda, the neocolonialism we're seeing in agriculture, and so on and so forth. On my part, I am not sure, but I am convinced And there is really no better sign that our president is captive to the whims of globalists. We've seen some of these signs manifesting themselves, and these globalists intend to exercise control on our legislations and therefore government policy. And part of the reason why they're doing that, obviously, is because of profit. And this is raising questions, some of which have been raised in spaces here, whether our president has, at some point got transactional ahead of elections with them. What I mean is, were there promises that he made to them? The president, as we know, campaigned for close to 5 years. Even when he was deputy president, he was in campaign mode. Was there a deal that was struck that they would fund his campaigns in exchange of his support of the agenda? These are questions that we need to ask. Eric, please allow me to depart radically from what this handle has been famous for. We've been synonymous with the history of Kenya, of course, as the handle suggests. We have, from last year, we began reporting a great deal on the ugly head aspects of the ugly head of neocolonialism rearing its head in Kenya. Actually, some of my followers, started sending, replies saying that I'm pushing conspiracy theories. And in fact, some of the posts that we made, we had to bring them down because we did not want to drag our Twitter handle into disrepute. Oftentimes we were citing foreign media stories, some of them from very, respected media houses in the West, mostly American. But we were convinced that globalists had brought their wicked agenda to our shores. And if you allow me just a few minutes, I'll, speak to some of this. And I'm glad that Rutendo mentioned some of them on this space. And Ndegwa has also made reference to some legislations, and I wish to laud him and others who wish to offer their legal expertise to support this cause of breaking the yoke of this neocolonialism on the agriculture front. It is worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, that many EU countries, I'm talking about EU, Europe, the UK, have slammed their door on some of the maneuvers that we're seeing from globalists, particularly from the US. And if you allow me, I can share specific information that is relevant to the liberal renaissance we are seeing with, Gen Z, and I think now it has caught up with the rest of the Kenyans, and also matters that are close to health, which Eric also you're famous for. Any Kenyan who has lived in the US will tell you that the taste of their bananas, the taste of their oranges, the taste of their fruits, melons, it tastes very different. And this taste is characterized by a sweetness that pales a great deal in comparison with the sweetness that we find in fruits, particularly from sub-Saharan Africa. Why is the taste pale in the US, in the West? Because farm produce in those countries, like in the US, particularly in the southern states of the US, these farm producers have been poisoned by mechanized, heavily fertilized soils. I will not even go to talk about pesticides. Industrial fertilizer, many of you may not be aware that industrial fertilizer actually depletes nutrients from soils. It kills the microorganisms that God ordained in soils. It actually poisons groundwater. It even destroys the worms that the chickens, they feed on. And many farmers, particularly in Kenya, believe that fertilizer is golden, and these are the things that we should use. Yet there are alternatives. If some of you may know that many foreigners in Kenya, particularly from the West, working for UN or the many international agencies based here, when they retire, they want to stay on in Kenya. And if you get into a conversation with some of them, they'll tell you, here, other than the fantastic weather that we have, our food is tasty, our food is nutritious, our food is healthy. I think somebody mentioned that, I think somewhere in Scandinavia, they're eating greens that are produced in this country. But not to digress, there is an aggressive agenda in Kenya, led by government, for reasons best known to them, to promote the use of industrial fertilizer. And that some of this fertilizer is, or a great deal of it, is actually subsidized. And the question arises, why are broke African governments providing farmers with subsidized fertilizer? Because it's part of a depopulation agenda. And some of the investors that we know who have invested in agriculture globally, multinationals, themselves have been outspoken, and they've made it bare that Africa needs to be depopulated. Our forefathers, for centuries, they've been custodians of, very noble practices in agriculture. The Ameru and the Kikuyu in Kenya, for example, they abandoned a farm after 4 or 5 seasons so that the soil could degenerate. They knew how to use compost, because compost is, of course, is freely provided by the designs of our Creator. And so some of these practices are being replaced, and they're being sacrificed at the altar of commerce by globalists. And it's a very unfortunate that we seem to be now led by a government that is captive to their agenda. And I'm really asked for this mic just to sensitize Kenyans to open your eyes. There is an agenda that is going to kill us. It's undermining our health. Just to give you an example, fertilizer, industrial fertilizer, is not good for food, as much as you may refuse to admit it, because there's a certain order. All the nutrients come from the soil, including fish. Fish feed on algae, or fish feed on algae, on other fish that feed on algae. All the nutrients come from the soil. We eat meat. Americs will tell you meat is rich in iron, it's rich in B vitamins, it's rich in selenium. They come from the soil. There's a certain order that is being upset, that is being interrupted by commerce. And we need to be sensitive to that. And our government, which is leading the government in trust for Kenyans, is actually pushing legislation that is going to kill Kenyans, make us sick. And it started off with fertilizer. It has now spread to seeds. It is now getting to livestock, including beehives. If you own a beehive, you'll now need, if the legislation that is, I think it's Kimani Shungwa, the leader of government business, is the one that is pushing this, of course, on behalf of government. If that legislation sees the light of day, you will register your pig, your cow, your camel, even your beehive. What is their interest in honey? And we know bees are getting scarce around the world.
Yes.
And if bees disappear from the face of the planet, so will food.
Yes.
So there is somebody who is looking to exercise control. Some of them are some of the wealthiest individuals. They are the biggest landowners. So we need to act like detectives. Just look at the jigsaw puzzle, and you will see that there's a pattern. So I just thought I will mention that I don't hog the microphone, and I'm loving these conversations.
All right.
And this is great civic education for Kenyans. Asante, Eric.
All right.
Yeah, I'll yield.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Edgar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you have to be keen because I've been sending you messages on your DM, and also Cyprian. So who is next? Wakili Steve. 2 minutes each. Wakili Steve, you see the problem is people ask for mic. When you give them the mic, they come here, they fumble, they don't talk. Wakili Steve. All right.
Eric, from my end, Wakili Steve does not seem to have the mic. He's on listener mode, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Edgar, what do you see? I can see him.
Hello.
All right, go on.
Hello. Hello.
I think you can carry on. We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, my name's Amy. Thank you for giving me the mic. I only have a contribution that I feel like we should really take into consideration. My first point is that I think we should really talk about our sovereignty as a country. And as we're fighting for good governance, I believe that we should start by the protection of our food, our education, our health systems. We should make noise. We should talk about our seeds. We should talk about our children going to school. We have a lot about our sovereignty first. If we start fighting this, because I look at elections are coming soon. There's the issue of IDs. There's the issue of registration. There's the issue of IBC reforms. We've not done. There are some constituencies. I think there's one that an MP died. They've never gotten an MP until now. So I think even as we think about other issues, I think the first issue should be about our sovereignty, about our food, about our health systems, about our education. These are the most important things that I think we should really talk about them. I'd also like to say that we should also not forget the people who died, especially during the Mandamanos. We should really ask, like, how are these, like, what are the police reforms that has been done? Another thing, as we're busy here discussing, I also want us to do one thing, that let's think about 2027. In as much as we are trying to get, we are trying to ask questions, get good governance, there's also the issue of what are we planning about 2027? How are we arranging ourselves? Who is going to do what? How are you going to like vie for this, maybe for positions? What are we doing? So that we are not caught off guard when 2027 is just is around. Because we only have maybe 2 years to elections. So I think these are my points. And then another thing, we've always been peaceful, yes, but I would like to say that let's just maintain peaceful protests. If you see someone maybe who is not peaceful, maybe you can tell the rest of the people, and then maybe you can hand them over to the police. And then I think another thing as well, this is not, I don't know how people will take this, but I feel that this is a spiritual war as well. This is not just physical. So I would like to speak to the Gen Zs and the millennials, because I am a millennial. Please, can we pray about this? Can we pray every day as we go? Can we pray about our nation? Can we pray about God's guidance? Can we pray about what to do next? And even as we pray, we can pray as we fight. Pray as we fight. I believe even in meetings like spaces, let's start with prayer and end with prayer, because I believe God is sovereign and the hand of God is upon us. And I know that we'll get victory. So this is what I wanted to say, and thank you for the space.
Hello, next. Baravin, you can mute your mic. I think Edgar dropped. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk. And first, I would love to pay my condolences to the fallen members. And I would like to dwell on just two things, if you may allow me. One, I'm so much concerned with the legislations that we have, plus the current leaders that we have in this country. I've tried to analyze the kind of spirit that they do show whenever they talk. And we realize that as a nation and in Africa, we have a problem of Gucci. We call them Gucci revolutionaries, where we get these few individuals, they get into a club of some rich guys, and now they can do the Gucci issue. They sell us to the highest bidder. So we get a big problem where we cannot nationalize any of our resources. That's when we go to mining, when we come to agriculture, even the seeds. So I feel like even as the lawyers around here are going to write things to lead the legislation. Kindly, let's make it, let's nationalize our resources where we can produce them and do the finished product in the country. I know most of us would feel like that's not possible, but it is possible because from the history, one thing that they never twisted is that they used to tell us the Bantu, who are the majority in Africa, learned the iron smelting skills. So they'll break the iron ore and make irons. The major thing that I would like to talk about is agriculture. Yeah, this is the last thing I'm saying. So in agriculture, one of the students of the co-host, and he was saying you should learn on how to do farming and you should put it in art. So I went and I got to farming of watermelon. I was shocked that I bought a seed. Each seed had a price. I bought 3,000 seeds for 12,000 Kenyan shillings. So yes, it is real. When I was doing the farming, I did it in Muhuru, that's along where next to Makalda, where they mine gold. And I noted that we used a lot of pesticides for them to come to the table, and some were crazy to a point that the farmers have been given the new seeds that we never used to have because we are looking for hybrid vigor. They use unconventional pesticides. For instance, this pesticide of BBT, this one that they spray for the malaria. And we messed with the ecological system because in Migori sector, that's where the omenas come from because of the mosquitoes. They call them SAM. It comes like a cloud. But the activities we were doing there was messed up. So apart from just talking about food security, should we really think about the seeds, the practices, the fertilizers? And lastly, this is one thing that made me request for the permission. I was in Jambini early this year. They plant flowers. Flowers are GMO. They use a lot of pesticides. And if you go to where the Nairobi water is collected, it tastes pesticides. So that also begs the question, what kind of agriculture do we do? And how does it affect the water? And these flowers, we don't buy them in Kenya. They are bought in Europe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Wakili, you had something disturbing you. Maybe share it?
Thank you very much, Eric. I want to salute all the patriots here for the continued vigilance we have had for the last 6 or 7 weeks about our country, especially on how the president and the government has been disregarding the rule of law. And what I feel I wanted to share today and to remind Kenyans in brief was, as we have this conversation and we hold our leaders accountable, it's important we focus on especially these seats of members of the county assembly, members of the National Assembly, and the Senate, and how they discharge their mandate. And the reason why I say this is because we find that there have been very poor aspect of how they deal with these corrupt officials that we have, especially governors. You find since the Senate was established in this new constitution, every person who has been taken there is always acquitted by the Senate. And the question is, are they really doing the right job, or they're just a toothless dog that is never able to bite anyone? So we need to also, as we also look at the National Assembly, the aspect of the national government and cities construction, the Constituent Development Fund, the NGCDF, how the involvement of the Member of Parliament, because the core business that now our parliamentarians in the country have focused on is the aspect of developments under the NGCDF without any discharge of parliamentary duties that we expect of them. And that's why these persons had the audacity of even telling Kenyans that their allegiance is to the executive, whose agenda they advocate through the NGCDF, and not the parliamentary role of oversight. This has hindered, and this has led to much corruption that we have been witnessing in this country and lack of accountability, because this particular parliament cannot even hold the national the cabinet secretaries accountable for anything. We saw them reinstate Linturi after the sagas that surrounded the ministry and all the losses the Kenyans are suffering because of the fertilizer that was not proper for the agriculture in this country, which is our backbone. So if we do not focus on these roles, the exact role these persons are supposed to be discharging, and hold our leaders accountable, especially those in the assembly, we may never have a system which is be able to check the executive firmly even in the coming years. And that is what Kenya has lacked for a very long time, that the executive doesn't have anyone who is checking it in the right manner with a proper look, without this aspect of allegiance. And once we remove NGCDF, and the High Court has pronounced itself on this issue, the Law Society of Kenya had pursued a matter, on this issue. And the High Court pronounced that the national government, that time it was called CDF, was unconstitutional. What did our parliamentarians do? They ran immediately to create a new act, operating in the same structures, but now under a new name to be able to continue running that particular fund. And this has made it impossible for even the citizens to hold accountable the executive, because when you see a school being built under the NGCDF, the member of parliament won't take credit of it, the national government won't take credit of it, the member of county assembly won't take credit of it. So the public may never hold these persons exactly accountable for what they're supposed to do or what they're not supposed to do, because they don't even understand the role they do or the role they're supposed to be carrying out. I was watching the news today in the evening, and I saw the scenes of Capedo. And you look at how that area has been strategically marginalized by the leaders in those areas, so that to continue enabling the security issues we have, because lack of proper infrastructure, even the bridges and the roads, definitely contribute in the raids that we witness and hear in those areas. And that is orchestrated deliberately to ensure that particular persons gain in those security deployments and security supplies of materials to continue fighting and defending in that area.
Thank you.
So it is important we educate our people, and we encourage everyone to do this as a part of our duty to serve this country, so that it becomes better and we hold our leaders accountable. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you very much. I saw Rufus Kamau here. Rufus, where are you? Rufus had a very great idea. He was saying that we consider all artists should participate in Nane. He's talking about the role of artists and creatives. I had asked Njugush and to come here. I had even asked Nameless to come, but I think that will be for subsequent days, so that we can have creatives on board. Shiko Kihika, I saw you here. You did a very wonderful job in Nakuru. I really wanted you to talk about it. Yeah, I've seen Oeba, Willie here. Willie, are you here? Willie Oeba?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. So just hold on. You will give us the final spoken word before we close. Maybe we can take two more. Edgar, are you there, Edgar?
I'm around now. Can I
just
speak?
Hold on. Yeah, you can go on.
Yes. So if you study...
Oh, I've seen Okia. Okia has joined. Yeah, Okia has joined. Okia will come in after Rufus.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, 2 minutes.
So if you study all kinds of revolutions that have happened all over the world, they have always had some form of artists participating and amplifying the voice of the people. So if you're an artist out there in Kenya, please contribute to this revolution by creating art that basically amplifies the message of what every Kenyan is going through. So this is not only limited to people who create music and poems, but then everyone can also participate. In this digital world, anyone can create art. So whether you do it on the road, whether you do it the flossing marijuana way, just create content, whether it's a billboard, whether it's a painting on the road, whether it's some mural. Mural is basically art that is created on a building. Just post that message, write about it, write to those names, write those things that you feel are personal to you and how the incompetence in this government has affected you. Push it out there. Make sure that the message is very clear. Amplify, and this is how revolutions are built. A revolution is built into the mind first. So all these we are seeing, the civic education and everything, is basically based on the idea that people change the way they think before they change their actions. So the moment you implement that, the message will be amplified, and the current slowdown or the drag we are seeing in the revolution will change. So kindly contribute. If you're out there, if you're an artist, create art about this revolution, about the things Kenyans are going through, and this will help get the country back into good governance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Senator Okia, maybe you can tell us about the cabinet and the other issue. Karibu sana. We have been waiting for you. I don't know what was happening with your internet.
I think he's no longer on the speaker panel.
All right, he left. Can we have that's that. Willie, yes, how was Nakuru?
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who turned up. Nakuru was divine. Nakuru was... Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Minerals. These minerals that we are talking about are not... were discovered quite some time back. For example, the nobium, I think, was discovered in 1919. That's more than 100 years ago. And many other rare minerals, but the information remained hidden. There's been lack of political action to get these things out, because basically the political action got hijacked by market forces, and the fights between the various people, the various interests, denied us the chance to reap big from where this country would have made some interest. And I think nobium is a very, very, very important mineral that is used in many valuable products. And I think Kenya has got it's supposed to be the 7th largest deposits in the world. And the Murima Hills alone are supposed to be holding something like, they say something like 105, about 104 trillion tons. And a kilogram of nobium goes for about $45,000. So you can do the maths. So there's a lot of money there. Also, we saw just this year there was a discoveries of coltan in Kenya, some of which had been taken out, like in Embu. Rwandese have been coming and buying it. People did not know the value. So just the other day that was discovered, they discovered it was coltan, another very important metal. So we have a lot of these metals here. And as I said, we need to do a resource map of the country so that we can be able to know exactly what it is we have and be able to utilize it. But I'd also want to beg these people, to beg ourselves to move away from believing that just the minerals are the silver bullet we need. Kenya has a unique human resource. We have been able to build one of the largest economies in East Africa, about the largest, without these minerals. We should, as we look at these minerals, we should not look at this, we should not ignore these other areas of building a very versatile human resource that can go out like the Indians have gone out and are conquering many, many countries. Not going out as cheap labor, but going out as people can go and invest in industry and do businesses elsewhere as we develop back home. So for me, I think if we did a resource map, we looked at the past, said all the mistakes were made in the past. Going forward, how do we make sure that what we do things the right way, and we avoid these issues? Coming to the question of what I said, that we're going to form a shadow cabinet, or sort of to set up a mechanism of monitoring each ministry that the president has set up, is basically one to be able to audit and ferret ministry budgets, because there's a lot of deception that you find that the national budget that comes to parliament has no relationship with the budgets that the ministries and the government executes. And to do that, you just need to take the appropriation bill or the appropriation act of any year and hold it against the corresponding monthly statements of actual revenues, net revenues, and actual net revenues and actual expenditure that's published every month by the Treasury, and you'll see that the budgets that are being implemented by government are not the ones that are passed by the executive. So one of the reasons we want to set up this thing is informed by the experience I had with the Golden Bag issue, which now has got a three-judge bench, and I'm prosecuting it. When Mr. Uko, who was the Auditor General, before the coming into of the handshake government, he was pursuing this matter with the pinpoint accuracy. And even at one time, President Uhuru rained on him, wanted to fire him. They moved a motion in parliament by Duale. I took action. I went to court. I stopped that motion. I secured Mr. Uko's place to remain as the Auditor General. Then shortly thereafter, there was a handshake occurred, and you could see the change that Mr. Oko dropped what he was doing, and he wrote a very, very flowery picture, basically negating his earlier reports on the Golden Bag. And that's what the handshake achieved. Now that Parliament has totally messed up, it's confused. The first attempt came when President Ruto enticed people to cross from the opposition side to government side to give him a false majority in parliament, which he used to undermine legislation and whatever. Now with the move of ODM, there's nothing like anything to check the excess, because what you have seen that the people go mechanism where we can be able to set up an orderly way.
All right. Edgar, is Okia still there?
I think he has connectivity issues. I can't hear him.
You can mute his speaker and just inbox him and tell him we cannot hear him. So Willie, you can finish.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who came through, everyone who shared from within and from far. Nakuru was divine. The movement is very energized, and it was such an inspiring sight to behold. The artistic submissions were very, very powerful to send a strong message that the quest is still alive like never before. You see, the past years, Nakuru had a history of voting along very deep tribal lines and also aligning along ethnic lines. But, ladies and gentlemen, from what I saw today, better days are still ahead. So let us keep going. So allow me to finish my submission with a spoken word poetry. Kabla death haijanok na struggles za life kunieka cotton, itabidi tupambane. This is where the truth is, round this tusidanganyane. Ignorance ni kama kutumia soprano kwa dress mataiko issue based. Chuo siku at my best, mode wangu hakuwa modest. Memory so clear kinita ngombe sahi natumia sanaa kujilisha trees siko zero graced. Drama ya life, ni ati saa zingine voice ya actor ifanane na subtitle. Truth ni mtaland in trouble, si depending na did umefanya sana sana kama huna title. Vitu peti ndo zina trend, tumesahau what it feels like kuaddress vitu vital. Immorality ina rule kwa nchi viongozi walikuwa sworn in kutumia Bible. Naishi kwa nchi inanisaidia kupostpone my dreams. Now the only country I pledge allegiance to ni procrastination. Drama ya life ni ati saa zingine voice ya actor ifadai na subtitle. Truth ni utaland in trouble, si depending na did umefanya sana sana kama huna title. Truth is, si kila message sincere. Kuna wale wana preach peace kusuppress justice. Truth justice, ile peace tuna enjoy ina depend on justice. My friends at the high places know the law. Wengine wana practice. I don't know what you can do, but together we can do better than this. Repetition in a bow. Niliboeka kuandika piece ya peace, nikaandika kuhusu justice, because to spice it all up, nyama walishakula kenye kimebaki ni the bone of contention. Actions ndo ina separate the word choices from decision. Mali natoka, hata the blind upanga laini kuchangua viongozi ya wana vision. Sijaiona success story ina mission. Generation ya sai iko talented to talk about injustice with precise precision. So tangu class 4 daro za mao ndio mimi nilianza kuchora mistari. Pia nilienda na exercise book hoping one day nitashare one stage na Juliani. Ukabila ilikuwa so rampant, mile clan nilitambua ni uko fulani. Tuliacha kifuli moja mara mob, tukirudi landlord aliamua ku make it safer. Jioni tulipata vifuli mbili kejani. Saizo wanasiasa wako na security hadi security of Kenya. Mtaani chai haikuwa na escort. At times mother alihave kukaanga skari ndo ingine act kama majani. Na tulikaa njaa for days hadi hangejua Michelle ni ntalami. Nasema life is a journey. Huyu dereva na drive recklessly alisha cause accident but bado ajali. Life is acceptance. Nilikutana na ude mrembo lakini alinikataa. Vile ameweza si amekubali. Life is about moving. If you haven't met the devil yet, maybe you're moving in the same direction ama wewe ndio shetani. Ushaifikiria uzito priest tu anayo akiaddress mass, nilichoose word. Ushaijiuliza mbona Bible haina chorus lakini iko na verse? Juu pretense iko so open, crocodile tears inahitaji intervention ya kitunguu. Vitu kick zimepoteza meaning, pombe inatumika kutoa lock, jumulishapoteza kifunguu. We will make it in our motherland. Na reminders nafikiria lazima abroad ni kama neno success, haina interpretation ya Kiswahili from Kizungu. Nasema pesa ni shetani, but ni chache. Mali natoka, wengi tunaipata kiumungu mungu. Asante.